Joining our City of Soledad Joint City Council Successor Agency Housing Authority and Successor Housing Agency meeting, and it's our regular meeting of Wednesday, February 15th, 2023, and it's our portion of our meeting at 6 o'clock, and our public portion of the meeting will begin at 6:30. Thank you again, all those that are joining us here in the chambers and those that are joining us via Zoom as well. So I think we do have a translator for tonight as well. Okay, perfect. And so just a couple of reminders for joining and providing public comments. If you can join the meeting via Zoom, we have the meeting ID that's located on the agenda for today. It's 850-1922-3130. You can also make your public comments via telephone by calling 1-669-900-6833. And if you're joining us via Facebook, just a note that comments made there are not going to be recorded as part of the meeting, so you do need to join us via Zoom. So with that, I will call this meeting to order at 6:02, and if we can get roll call, please.
Councilmember Cabrera.
Yes, here.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Corralejo.
Here.
Councilor Jimenez.
Here.
Mayor and Pro Tem. And Mayor Velasquez.
Here. Okay. Thank you. So we have a quorum. We have everyone present today. So we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, which is public comments on closed session items. So at this time, any member of the public may address the council on items appearing on the closed session agenda, and the speaker shall have 3 minutes. Please be brief and to the point. So today we do have 2 closed session items. The first is the City Council will recess to closed session to consider personal matters pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, City Manager Recruitment. The second item is the City Council will recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A to confer with its attorney regarding pending litigation which has been initiated formally and to which the city is a party, claim of Alvarez. And so with that, do we have any public comments?
Good afternoon. My name is Monica Gonzalez, and I was here today because I'm the new president for the Soledad Rotary for this coming season.
Oh, so right now it's just public comments on closed session items. So it's items 1 and 2 that have to deal with the city manager recruitment or the claim of Alvarez. So if you have a public comment, we'll do that at when we start at 6:30 on the public.
Okay,
Yes.
right.
Yes.
Thank you then.
You're welcome. Okay, anyone on Zoom joining us would like to make a public comment only on the closed session items that we have before us today? Okay, so seeing none, then we will move on to closed session. So at this time, the council will recess to closed session, and we will be back at 6:30 for the public portion of the meeting. Thank you. Well, thank you, everyone. We are reconvening from our closed session item to begin our public portion of our meeting. And I will turn this over to our interim city manager for a closed session report out, or to our city attorney.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, on item number 1, the council just received a briefing on the status of the city manager recruitment, and no other reportable action was taken. And on item number 2, the council considered the claim of Alvarez and unanimously decided to reject the claim and provided direction to legal counsel, and no other reportable action was taken.
Thank you. So we'll move on to our next item on our agenda, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. And if we can all stand, please, and if I can have Councilwoman Corralejo lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do you have any additions or modifications to the agenda for today? No? Okay. Before we begin our public comment portion, I do want to just pause for a minute and ask for a moment of silence. So I want to begin by asking for a moment of silence from our public and from our council for the victims of the mass shooting that occurred on February 13th at Michigan State University. And we have seen all too often that this is becoming more of a normalized trend in our society, and really wanting to make sure that we do our part as well to ensure that this doesn't continue. But to all the families and the victims of the students at Michigan State University who witnessed this senseless tragedy, our hearts and our prayers are with them. And then I also want to, a moment of silence for King City Councilwoman Darlene Acosta, who lost her battle with cancer. She worked, dedicated, committed her life to Sun Street Centers, to serving others, to our youth, to those that were in drug addiction and rehabilitation. The city of Soledad had a long-standing relationship with Sun Street Centers, and when we think about Sun Street Centers, we think about Darlene Acosta, who was there, for our youth, who was there for the families and for the parents. So our hearts and prayers are with Darlene. May she rest in peace and with her family. Thank you. So we'll move on to our public portion, our public comment portion of our meeting today. So at this time, any member of the public may address the city council on items not appearing on the agenda and items of interest to the public that are within the jurisdiction of the council. You do have 3 minutes, just as a reminder, and if you can please come to the podium, and if you can please state your name and your address and make your remarks. So at this time, I would open it up to those that are joining us here in our council chambers for any of the public comments.
Good evening. My name is Juanito Gonzalez. My address is 1051 San Diego, Soledad, California, 92960. And I was here today because I wanted to see if I can get some help in regards paying some of the fees for our insurance for our Soledad Lottery. I am the new president for this coming season, and I understand that the city has asked for a $2 million insurance policy. In the past, it was $1 million, and now it got raised to $2 million. That kind of put us in jeopardy in regards to buying some equipment that we don't have. I ended up having to start over with this league. We did not get anything from last season in regards to any gear that will have to be returned back from the last season. So I'm just asking for in regards to, or in any way, to get some way of getting help, sending me to a place that I can get some help in regards to funding. If you guys are going to hop out with anything, anything will help in regards to, covering some of the fees. Our fees right now that it was owed from the last season is 1,800 for chartering with the District 9 in the Salinas area. This coming year, they're charging $8 per kid to sign up to play for the league. Last year was $13. They brought it down to $8 this year. The fees for the insurance to cover for the 2,000, the 2 mil that you guys are asking for is 2,800.
Thank you for those comments, and we have your information and your contact, so our city manager will look into the insurance portion of the fees.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any other public comments at this time? Okay, so let me take it out to those, if there's no public comments from those that are joining us here in our chambers, I will take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Are there any public comments from those that are joining us via Zoom? Stephen, I can't see it on my end.
There's none.
Okay, seeing that there's no public comments either, and those that are joining us virtually, we will close the public comment period and we will move into our presentations. And today we have our youth council report, and that's a written and verbal report of February 15th. So I will invite the members of our youth council to come up to the podium.
Hello, good evening. I'm Angelina Forrest, and this is the Soledad Youth Council February 2023 report. For the month of February, the Soledad Youth Council is eager to launch our initiative by engaging with partners to gather additional knowledge and construct a project plan that is inclusive and comprehensive. We look forward to being involved with the district's LCAP and the City Parks Recreation Master Plan by providing a youth perspective. And after a brief break during the winter break, we are eager to re-engage with the community via our social media platforms. During our last meeting, we narrowed the focus of our potential initiative to 3 options: facilities for youth programming, visual and performing arts programming, and college readiness programs. The SYC members will be making a final decision at our next SYC meeting.
Also, we have our release of the SYC newsletter this month. So the first quarterly release of the SYC newsletter has been released and shared with those on our contact list. And to please let us know if you need a copy, because we're really excited to continue to share timely updates regarding our initiatives and projects of the city. We also attended a meeting with Blue Point Planning and Soledad Parks and Recreation Master Plan team to discuss the master plan's goals, needs of the community, particularly youth, and important issues to consider as the planning continues for the city of Soledad. We appreciate the time to share our insights and look forward to completing the survey and sharing it with our other youth. As for some upcoming events, on the 6th of this month and on the 20th of this month, we will be having our meetings. And in those meetings, we are looking forward to launching on this year's SYC initiative and again releasing the SYC newsletter.
As commissioners, we are thankful for the opportunity to be a voice for the youth and grateful that we got to be a part of helping planning out the new Soledad Park.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your reports, and thank you for putting together those strategic efforts that you're focused on for this coming year. If I can just ask, you said the meetings are on the 6th and the 20th, if we can just provide a list of the meetings that are going to occur with the Youth Council, we can send it over to our economic development team so they can also support and join the meetings. Thank you. Council, is there any questions before we move on? So we'll move on to now our next item on our calendar, which is our council presentations. And today we have 2. We begin with the first presentation, and this is a presentation of the City Council, the City of Soledad, proclaiming February 2023 as Black History Month in the City of Soledad. And we do have with us today Representative President from the NAACP, Lyndon Tarver, who will be accepting the proclamation on behalf of the Monterey County NAACP. And so I just want to share a couple of the language that's in the proclamation, given that it's important for the council to be able to recognize and celebrate Black History Month. So whereas each February National Black History Month serves as both a celebration and a powerful reminder that Black history is an American history. Black culture is American culture. And Black stories are essential to the ongoing story of America's faults, struggles, progress, and aspirations. And whereas during Black History Month, we celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans to our economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development. And whereas this year's theme, it's Black Resistance, lifts up the perseverance of Black Americans against entrenched oppression, violence, and discrimination. From our nation's founding through to this day, we honor this generation of Black organizers, thought leaders, scholars, artists, and everyday people who have fought to realize this nation's promise of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. With the tragic death of Tyre Nichols fresh in our minds, it is painfully clear that we work to confront systemic racism and protect the safety and rights of Black people in our society is far from over. Let us commit to defending the hard-won progress we made toward equality, liberty, and opportunity for all, and to continue to advance this ongoing cause. In the immortal words of Congressman John Lewis, freedom is a continuous action we all must take, and each generation must do its part to create an even more fair and more just society. So now therefore, whereas the City of Soledad embraces its diversity and acknowledges the invaluable contributions of its African American residents and visitors as we celebrate Black History Month, and now therefore be it proclaimed, Mayor Ana Velasquez and the City Council of the City of Soledad do hereby proclaim February 2023 as Black History Month in the City of Soledad, and recognize all residents that have made an impact in the community and who work and serve to create more diversity, equality, and inclusive supportive Soledad for all, building on a historic legacy of racial diversity and ongoing contributions to the regions and the overall quality of life. So, well, this is a proclamation we would like to present. So if we can have you come to the podium, and want to make sure that we recognize on behalf of the City of Soledad the work that the Monterey County NAACP has done throughout the years, and to continue to pursue that equality that that has been for generations as part of the civil rights movement, and that still continues. So thank you so much for being here. We appreciate the work that you and all of your members do to ensure that we move forward that promise to have an equitable and prosperous society for everyone. So with that, I'll give you an opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. It's indeed an honor and a pleasure to be here. I'm the new president of NAACP for Monterey County, and I look forward to working with the council and the City of Soledad with equity and equality going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then we will, so let me present this certificate. Council, if we could pause for a minute if you want to take a photo, you could do that?
Sure.
Okay. So while we present this certificate, this proclamation, you want to take a photo?
Yeah.
celebration of Black History Month. So we also have a special guest and a resident from the city of Soledad, Jeanette Nickerson from Personal Touches, who has her micro business, Personal Touches. And we'd like to present this certificate also on behalf of the council, also on behalf of, this is also another certificate on behalf of Senator Caballero and on behalf of Assemblymember Robert Rivas, in recognition of your exceptional customer service and your commitment to the city of Soledad. We thank you for sharing your custom-made jewelry and investing in the economic prosperity of our city. Your entrepreneurship and leadership is commendable. And in recognition of Black History Month, we honor your micro business and we wish you much success and good fortune. So I'd like you to, if you want to say a few words. I'm gonna put you on the spot, I apologize. And you can have your husband, because I know he helps you as well.
Absolutely. We are just excited to be here, to meet all of you, Madam Mayor, and all the board as well. We thank you for the opportunity to serve the community of Soledad. We've been here for 5 years, and we've been in business for about 3. And it's a privilege and it's an opportunity to be here. And I say thank you again.
You know.
That makes it easy. Thank you so much. And I appreciate both of you because I know you're a staple over at our farmer's market every year. So I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for the pieces of jewelry that I bought from you and love that. So at this moment, council, can we take a photo? Would you mind if we take a photo with the council as well? This will be our last photo op. Okay, so thank you so much, and thank you for those that are joining us via Zoom for being flexible and just taking a quick pause for a photo op. So we will move on to our next item on our agenda, and today is the next presentation, which is award notification for the Urban Community Drought Relief Grant Program for Soledad Recycled Water Conveyance Project, and I will turn this over to our Public Works Director, Mr. Don Wilcox.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council, as we get our slides going on the big screen here. So we're here tonight to talk about the award of a grant for Soledad's Recycled Water Program. Before we actually get into the actual award, I want to just go through a brief history of Soledad's wastewater and recycled water goals. So before the existing plant, we had the city's old pond system, which is pictured here. Basically, it aerates some ponds and then sends them out to the infiltration basins to soak in. It was called secondary treatment, and that's not sufficient to use for recycled water. You need tertiary treatment, which we'll get into here in a second. Next slide. We'll show Another view of the old treatment plant, the treatment is on the left side, the infiltration basins on the back, and the stormwater basin in the middle. So where Soledad's water goes is it settles into the superficial aquifer, not into the drinking water aquifer. It settles into the aquifer that the river also feeds initially. So that top aquifer, it's got some nitrates. It's not the one our wells are in. So where our water goes now is just into that top aquifer. Doesn't really replenish the drinking water. Okay, the next slide. Oh, and that was the plant when the city started out. We had our own plant. CDCR had their own wastewater treatment plant. About 1993, they decided to contract with the city to do their treatment. So this, back to one slide. The original pond system plant that's a picture of it, pretty much overloaded with the combined flows of the prison and the city. In fact, they had to have a moratorium for a while until they built a new plant. So in about 2010, the city council authorized construction of a new $50+ million wastewater treatment plant. Next slide. That doubled the capacity, but also went to tertiary treatment. Again, the tertiary treatment is required to take the water quality to a level where you can irrigate parks and landscaping. That project included a pipeline to bring the recycled water from the plant back to the city, but it ran short of funding to actually finish the pipeline. So in 2012, the city received a Prop 84 grant to finish the pipeline. And it did finish the pipeline, but it stopped short of getting the permitting and converting our first park, which is Veterans Park, over to recycled water. So this last November, council authorized another contract to go ahead and get a consultant on board to convert the park so that it could use recycled water and help us with the permitting. There's two major permits we need to get before we can start using recycled water. If everything goes right, by the end of this year, we'll have Veterans Park online. We'll have our permits in place and the park converted and the pump station finished so that we can start irrigating Veterans Park with recycled water, which would be the first park in the Tri-County area to do so. Recycled water is used elsewhere on golf courses and things like that, but not in this area has anybody actually used it to irrigate a park or a school ball field. Down south, up north, other drinking water districts do permit that, and it's done elsewhere, just not in this area. So on November 16th of 22, council authorized staff to submit an application for an urban community drought relief grant from the California Department of Water Resources for Soledad's recycled water conveyance project, which would fund construction of a distribution system throughout the city. So next slide. Oh, this is our plant just recently during the storm, so it kind of shows our proximity to the river and the existing plant. Next slide. Wow. So in order to get recycled water to all the city parks and the school turf areas, ball fields, things like that, a distribution system with pipes in the streets to get this water everywhere would be necessary, a storage tank and a pump station. The estimated cost for that project would be around $16 million. So council authorized us to apply for a grant for that, and we're happy to have received a letter January 31st that awards Soledad the entire $16,663,221 to construct this system. So we're very happy with that. No match. This project allows Soledad to replace 180 acre-feet or 59 million gallons a year of groundwater with recycled water. So 59 million gallons per year that we won't pump out of the ground, leave it in there for future generations, things of that nature. And we'll irrigate with recycled water, as has been the city's intent for at least 20 years. So the maps back there, the awards letters back there, it's also on the next slide. And I'd be happy to answer any questions from council about this project.
Thank you, Don, so much for that, and thank you for continuing to pursue this project. I know it's been in the works and it's been in, your radar for some time now, so thank you for that and congratulations. It's pretty amazing to be able to receive the full allocation of 60 million, but I know in terms of the state, they're really looking at these projects given the drought situation that we have. So these are imperative, and I'm glad to know that Soledad will be a leader in these conservation efforts and leading the way, hopefully, for other cities and other counties. So congratulations. I will open it up for council if there's any comments.
Just a quick comment, through the chair. Again, Don, as the mayor said that, thank you to the staff and due diligence. If I'm not mistaken, is this the one we had to come on the 12th hour to get it back out again, the letter request?
It might have been. We've applied for several.
So, but yeah, well worth the effort, and now we're gonna benefit from that, and we're gonna show that we are a leader of the Tri-County by establishing and utilizing recycled water. So thank you for your efforts, and thank you to staff.
Yes, Soledad was the first one to build a tertiary treatment plant. The other surrounding communities still have the pond systems. They're having to build the plant at twice the price now that we did years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And Soledad was also the leader in bringing forth our wind turbines, right? So
We were first by one day.
oh, we're first by one day. Okay, good.
We're the first of all.
We'll take it. Yeah, we'll take that.
To install, but to start the process, we were about a year ahead. We just were slow.
And everybody else used our CEQA and
Yeah, everybody used our.
Yeah, so absolutely.
Yes, through the chair, I just want to also echo, the same words. This is a huge deal. I just want to thank you for your efforts and, you're a great leader. I hear it from your department, from your team. They're very appreciative of this, and we've all had the same goals, because when I talk to anyone, it's always the same goals that they have in mind. And I'm looking forward to, seeing all this, go into play already, and also to have a fully staffed department. I know that's been one of the big ones too, and hopefully also soon be able to have a good and spacious maintenance shop for the guys. I know with more equipment, there's going to be more that needs to be, worked on. So just thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Chucks?
Through the chair, thank you, Don, and the team that put together the grant. I know that, you mentioned that the plant was put in 2010. I think the process started probably around 2006, so it was prior to myself being on the council. And it was that previous council that had the foresight to move this forward. When everybody was saying, don't do it, when everyone in the valley, all the other cities were saying, Soledad is crazy for taking on such a project that was about $60 million or so. And that was the cost back then. And we went into debt as a city because of that plant. But that foresight that council had, I think, really has allowed for what we have now today. The ability to have the plaza or the shopping center that we have currently, and the one that is beginning to grow, as well as all the parks. If folks remember, most of our parks on the closer to the mountain, the newer part of town, were used as facilities for when there was water runoff. So in the winter, you would see all that water runoff, and the parks were completely filled with water. And over the years, in part because of the projects that have happened, for example, the pipes that have been put in on Gavilan Street, on San Vicente, much wider than they were originally. You don't see that water any longer. The pipes for the recycling, all of that was already put in years ago, and it's going to continue on because of this grant. So thank you, Don, for your hard work back then, and thank you for your work that you're doing now, because I think it takes a long, long time. And I know folks don't understand how long projects take to do, but it takes a very long time, just like the movie theater has been almost a 30-year project, and it finally went through. The same thing with the rest of the shopping center. We get questions as city council members, when is Walmart coming, when is this coming, when is that coming? We don't know when certain things will come or if they will come. However, it takes a long time for development to happen and it takes steps. But these types of grants are something that we can be very proud that our staff are pushing forward. So thank you, Don.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Cabrera?
Yes, I have a comment. I don't think I can thank you enough after you've been thanked already. But I was particularly interested about the system. I see that like the line, the black line says there's existing, but then the other one says proposed. So that means that the pipes are already there. We're just gonna connect them, or we need pipes right there.
So we have a pipe, excuse me, from the wastewater treatment plant, the water reclamation facility across the farm field to Veterans Park. So that's the black pipe, that's existing, and then all the red ones and the blue ones are to be constructed with this grant.
Okay, to be constructed, all right. That's an impressive system.
Just one question, sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, yes, right.
Really quickly, in regards to, we're going through the permitting process on this for the parks, correct? And I know that in the past, we've talked about possibly doing something with the schools. In that permitting process, have we had those talks with the school district, and is that part of the permitting process, and can that happen?
So we discussed this project with Randy, the superintendent of Soledad Unified, and they wrote a support letter to go in with the grant application. So they are welcome to it, or very open to it, and they're excited about what we're trying to do here. They don't have any funding either, so we put in the grant enough funding to convert the school properties as well as the city parks. And the school district welcomed that, and they're excited about it as well.
Awesome. That's that. I just want to make sure, because I know last time when we were moving this forward, there was that hesitancy.
Right.
Okay.
We tried the same approach with the prison system.
Yeah.
In fact, the mayor tried to help, and we just got no return calls, emails, anything. It would have been a great project for them as well.
Yeah, I know, that was unfortunate. Did you have another comment?
Well, I didn't finish my comment.
Oh, okay, I apologize. I apologize.
Because I was looking at the system, and it kind of goes around the schools and the parks, right? So in essence, you already planned for that, for the schools and
yes,
to feed everything that we have to feed. And I was wondering if you also considered that the system could to go further into further north for the new houses that were in the project for the annexation. Is that something that you were thinking about? Because if you look at the San Vicente side, it's all the way to the end, and then on this side, I think it's close to Orchard, if I'm not mistaken. And it goes all the way to the top as well. So I'm just guiding. So it is, for me, it's really impressive the way that it's distributed, because it covers all the areas, and in essence also is covering the future developments in Soledad. Thank you so much.
The dashed black line of San Vicente was constructed years ago with the plan, so it was always intended to take up to what was then Mirabel 3, but now Miramonte, if they choose to use it.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's an impressive plan. Yeah.
Thank you, council. Let me just open it up to the public. If there's any comments from the public that are joining us here in the chambers. Okay, anyone that's joining us via Zoom? No? Okay, perfect. So again, congratulations. This is amazing. We're super excited. Given the amount of the 59 million gallons of groundwater that we are not going to use, and now use a recycled water, that's really an amazing feat. So thank you so much for your tenacity, and thank you to all the staff that put this together.
Yes, I've got to thank the team. Obviously, as Councilmember Corralejo mentioned, the staff is very excited about this project. They're all just, some have said, yeah, I've been here 20 years and we've been working on this 20 years. But I also definitely want to give a shout out to our grant writer, Greg Waquez, and his team from MNS. They've delivered this grant, and they're the same team that delivered the Orchard Park grant. Multi-million-dollar grants with no match.
So,
Yeah, do any better than that.
yeah, we'll give him a round of applause because.
You did send that letter back, right? The acceptance letter?
Yes. Within the 14 days, our attorney was all definitely reminding me of that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Don. Please keep us posted on that, and we're super excited. So when work begins on that, let's make sure that we have some celebration. Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. Okay, so we'll move on to our next items on our calendar, and now that's the consent calendar. We have item C-1 to C-3. So do any members of the council wish to pull an item from the consent calendar for discussion or comment? Okay, do any members of our public wish to pull an item from our consent calendar for discussion or comment? Okay, see none here. We see no hands raised.
None, sir.
Okay. So, council, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve items C-1 to C-3.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second on the floor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so motion carries unanimously. So we'll move on to now our next item on our agenda, which is our public hearing. And so we have our public hearing for transition to district-based elections for council members, proposed district maps, public hearing number 3. We will receive the staff report first, then we will open up the public hearing. We will take comments, and then we will close the public hearing, then bring it back for council action, and then we'll start with receive the staff report. So who will be presenting our staff report?
Actually,
Our city
so
attorney?
you have the written staff report before you that just references the fact that this is the third of a series of meetings. We had another meeting on October 25th and a meeting on December 14th with joint meetings with the city of Gonzales. Basically, those meetings were to sort of discuss the process and so forth for districting, some of the laws and rules and regulations with respect to the districting process. And now we have split off. We're holding separate meetings from the city of Gonzales, and we'll be holding separate meetings from this point forward. We have a consultant here this evening, Kristen Parks, who will actually be providing the staff report to you. And she has a series of slides that she's going to run through. She's from NDC, and after she gives her presentation, then you will be free to comment on the maps that you have in the packet this evening, as well as they were posted on the city's website, I believe last Wednesday, and then also to comment on those maps and take comment from the public as well.
Thank you. So I'll turn it over to Kristen.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Kristen Parks, and I am part of your demography team from National Demographic Corporation. And we are assisting the city of Soledad with the transition to district-based elections. Tonight is kind of an exciting step because I get to present you 3 maps that have been drafted as first drafts by our team. And the purpose of my presentation is to review those maps and then receive feedback from the council and members of the public as to additional maps or revisions that may be requested. So, as the city attorney mentioned, 2 initial hearings already took place, and those 2 initial hearings are required to be held prior to the release of any draft maps. So, by the state elections code, we have complied with that. And now there need to be 2 hearings that actually discuss and review maps. Along with the maps, we are also going to adopt an election sequence. So when you select a final map, it will come with a sequence of elections to roll out the district-based elections. And of course, the next elections are 2024, that's next year. So so there's plenty of time to motivate folks to run for district-based elections. I have to review our redistricting rules and goals because as we compare draft maps, what we have to keep in mind are the legal criteria that we are bound by. And so when we review the maps, we're not just looking at what we think makes sense. We actually do have to follow state and federal law. So of course, federal law says first that each district should be relatively equal in population size. There don't have to be exactly equal in population size. There is a total deviation between the smallest district and the largest district of up to 10% that historically has been permissible by the courts. Of course, we have to comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act and pay special attention to protected classes of voters, though no districts can be drawn where the predominant or only factor is race or ethnicity. That would consist of racial gerrymandering, and that's prohibited. So California state law has something called the Fair Maps Act, and it actually gives us this list of criteria that cities must consider when drafting districts. And they have to consider these criteria in rank order, so order of importance. So that's what these 4 things are, really quickly to run through them. Each district must be geographically contiguous, meaning one whole piece with no disconnected parts, with the exception, of course, of parts of the city that are non-contiguous. Second, and this is the criteria that we really rely on you, the experts on Soledad, for, is to the extent possible, districts should not divide our neighborhoods and communities of interest within our city. So this is what we want to look a lot at when we're looking at these draft maps. Third, we want the boundaries to be easily identifiable by residents of the city. And fourth, we want the districts to be compact, meaning that we don't want to bypass one area of population to pull in a more distant group of population. So what that often looks like in districting, right, is the weird snaking districts. So we want to try to avoid that. And of course, we are not going to be looking at political parties. After we have addressed federal law and the 4 California state criteria, the city can consider other factors as well for the composition of districts. Things that may be unique to this city or may be factors that are commonly considered, like respecting the voters' choices and making sure that boundary lines, whenever possible, do not take away the opportunity for an elected council member to represent and run for office. So we don't want those decisions to be made by lines on a map. We want those decisions to be made by voters. I know that you also have some new development planning going on in the city. So as these district boundaries will be in place for the next decade, to some extent, we may want to keep in mind where that growth may be occurring in the city. And so I know this is a lot, but I'm sure that members of the public and the council, when looking at the maps, immediately have feedback. So I'm very excited to document all of your feedback tonight. And for anyone who maybe is following along online or who wants to go back and take a closer look at these maps later, of course the council has them in their packet, but the PDF versions are available on the city website, and the city website also links to an interactive map that I will use if necessary tonight, that allows you to zoom in and out a little more easily to compare the 3 draft maps that we have this evening. So we have, first we have the green map, and this map has the highest total deviation. What that means is that the largest district, the difference between population in the largest district and smallest district is 7.37%, which is still legally permissible. District 2 in this map looks strange, right? Up at Terraza Street, right? That's actually one census block, meaning that that's connected to the area that goes south down Orchard all the way down to Gavilan. So there's 450 people in this block. Now, normally we don't divide census blocks because that is the smallest geographic unit that we have where population is counted. However, I understand that the school district, which is also undergoing this process, has already requested to make a division to this block. So although in the green map, this block is not divided, in fact, I don't think in any of these maps, we haven't divided that block yet. But I do want to let you know, in case questions come up, it can be divided. So that's a little bit of wonky geography here. And so we do see with the green map that we're trying to follow some of the major roads around the city, but we'll need your feedback, of course, to fine tune where neighborhoods are and communities are that we don't want to divide. So I'm gonna go quickly through all three maps and then open it to questions from the council. So if you have questions about specific maps, we can come back and look at them more closely. The tan map has a very different approach. It tries to create a sort of district in the center of the city, and then 3 districts around it. So it's a very different approach. Rather than following Gavilan, it's following West Street and Metz Road a little bit. This map has a 4.73% total deviation, so even more equal population size between the largest and the smallest district here. And then another thing worth pointing out is where we put the non-contiguous parts of the city, which of course include the blocks, including and adjacent to the prison. And in the green map, those were all put into District 1, which is sort of most of the northern part of the city, north of Gavilan. In the tan map, all those non-contiguous areas, including the prison and adjacent blocks, are in District 4, which here is the southern part of the city. So that's a really different approach, okay? So we're trying to not necessarily come to you as your consultants and say, here's what we think is best, but we want to give you some very different options so that you can narrow down as to what you think is the best approach. The yellow map then is similar to the green map in the sense that those non-contiguous areas are included in District 1 in the northern part, which is the northern part of the city and then the non-contiguous areas. It's worth noting that 3 of the 4, I think, non-contiguous areas are 0 population, but then there is some population around the state prison. I think it's maybe 57, 60 residents, so there is a chunk of population there. Of course, for members of the public who may not know this, in the state of California, we use a population number that has been adjusted by the state of California in Sacramento. And what the state does is they actually zero out the state prisons, so they do not count state prisoners as part of the population of Soledad for the purpose of your elections to your local government, right? Obviously, those individuals are counted. for congressional representation and other things, but California has made a decision to not include those, or to reallocate those actually back. When we know where the last known residence was of each inmate, they can be assigned back to their home community. So that's how that is dealt with, which means that we're not going to have the population of the prison determine really the population of any of these 4 districts. So yellow map has the smallest total deviation at 2.95%, and is a sort of similar approach to the green map, but with some differences. And you can see that part of District 2 up at the top comes down south a little bit more, and then that District 2 is a narrower district. It's kind of like a long strip. So very different options here on the table. Ultimately, my goal tonight is to be able to walk away knowing that if the council has, or the public have a preference on any of these 3 maps, and what revisions will be requested for my team to bring back to you in the second round. So these are the first draft maps. What do you want to see in the second draft maps? And certainly, if you have neighborhoods or communities that you want to make sure are not divided across council districts, those are very important things to let us know. And I did not draw these particular maps, so you're not going to hurt my feelings. So please be very honest. At this point, I'm happy to take questions from the council.
Yeah, thank you, Kristen, and thank you for that. So I just want to clarify, because I know that we have these 3 presented to us tonight, but I know that we had discussed that the public also has, through the use of that interactive tool, the ability to be able to draw their own maps for consideration by the council. So I just want to make sure for the public that's joining us here and those that are joining us via Zoom that these are being presented today, but they're not the only ones. The community has the opportunity to look at the tool and be able to create those own maps, different maps that are different than these, to be able to bring back for council consideration, correct?
Yes, so the online tool right now is view only, so members of the public can use it to draw their own map on paper, on a napkin, on a Google Maps, anything that you want to draw, you can submit as public comment, you can turn in to city staff, and NDC will adapt that through the professional mapping software into a map to be presented to council. So sometimes people want to draw all 4 districts across the city, and then other folks just want to say, you know what, I really want to show you where my neighborhood is, what I think makes sense for the area around where I live, and then that's more entered as a public comment.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification. As we're moving through this process, we want to make sure that our community, that we do get community input. It is going to be a very different change for the city of Soledad, but that we understand. And so the tool is there, but the tool doesn't allow you to develop the map itself, just kind of play with it, and then you still have to draw it and then submit that. Okay, I wasn't clear on that, so thank you. Council, any questions?
Yeah, I'd like to start. The first, when we met with Dr. Leavitt, is that his name?
Dr. Levitt, yes.
Leavitt, on December 14th, he presented the information to both councils. And one of the things that we asked to see was a 4 and 5 district maps. That wasn't included in this. So I was surprised when I opened it up, started looking, said, all right. But I didn't see the 5th district. So again, in order to provide the public and the council the most up-to-date options I think it's important that we include the 5th district, which was requested at the December 14th meeting.
Yeah, absolutely. Our team, I believe, is actually currently drafting those 5 district options and can have them available to council next week. Of course, we can't receive feedback on them and have a public hearing on them until the next hearing is scheduled. But we will get those to you and to the public on the website as soon as possible.
Yeah, and the other thing is, it's for an opportunity for the public to look at all the districts and consider each one of them. And then again, to get public feedback and know what they have to say about it, as well as the council.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem, and I just want to make a clarification. I know the district map was, the 5th district was requested. I don't think it was a consensus of the council. I know Mayor Pro Tem did request it. I didn't request it. I don't remember it being a consensus. I was at the first meeting and that was brought up.
No, the second meeting is when it was requested.
But
At
by
December
the entire
14th.
council? The entire council
He asked
requested
and
it?
we brought the maps and we said, yeah, it was a
Yeah.
consensus.
Do you remember?
I don't remember, I remember, council, in the first meeting, Councilmember Lara did, ask if it was possible, but I don't remember.
In the second meeting that we had here, it
She was
was
for the
asked
first
for.
one.
I was in the
Right,
first one.
She was for the first one.
So I just want to
at-
make clarification
At the
because,
December,
yeah.
at the December 15th meeting, the minutes of that meeting reflect the fact that there was a specific request from Ben for bringing back both the 4 and 5 district option. I think that there was also some, my recollection is that there was also some agreement with that, but the minutes don't reflect it. But there clearly was a request to have the 5th district maps brought back,
Yeah.
so.
No, thank you for that. I just want to make sure that I'm clear because I know I didn't request it, but I just want to make sure that that's
Right.
on the records for me. Yeah, so thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to Councilwoman Corralejo.
Yes, I think my comments pretty much concur with what Councilmember Jimenez said. I know for me, I had asked during that meeting, how long was I guess, was this gonna be in place? And we were told 10 years, which goes along with what you said today, so thank you for that. And part of the reason that I did ask was because, I as well was thinking 4 or 5 districts, and obviously since we do have a lot of new development coming up on the northeastern part of the city, that is important for the 5 districts. Thank you.
Councilman Lucha?
Yeah, and my question in regards to the being interactive, I'm just wondering if, it just seems like it'd make more sense for the public to be able to have census tracts on the maps, so that when they're drawing it, just as you're showing there, that if they play with the map, that they could create a map so that it actually, they could see what the number, at least the population numbers, if not everything else, that demographics can't be added to that. I'm not sure how that would work. But I know that when the county did the redistricting maps the last time around, you could play around and change the whole thing, and it would give you that ability to see what the numbers look like, the deviation look like. And so for me, if we're having the public be able to draw something, it'd be good for them to be able to kind of understand rather than them having a tool and then them trying to figure out how to draw it. Because not the same thing, but back in 2000, I remember being part of redistricting, about 3 different redistricting groups. And we were able to do that, but we had to do it ourselves and we had to come up with the numbers. And, we had probably about 10 of us trying to figure it out and doing all the pieces and putting the pieces together, making recommendations. And in the end, we gave a document to the county, to the city, to the water districts, each one. And those documents were about 20 pages long, but it was a group of about 10 of us doing all that work, and it took us forever. So I don't know if the public is that invested, but it's tough. People are very busy, and so I'm just wondering if we can make it a lot simpler for them to be able to, even if they just play around with it and say, oh, that's cool, and then they walk away from it, and don't even turn it in, but at least have that opportunity. That's what I'd like to see. The 5 maps is what I'd like to see, the 2 options, because I think we're talking about being inclusive. One of the things that I have a concern with having 4 maps, I think one of my concerns is we're gonna have an area that'll have 2 representatives. One that's a mayor and one that is a city council member. So for me, giving those options to the public so that they could take a look at it and say, you know what, I don't want that option, I want 4. Or you know what, I like the 5 option. Whatever it is, that way the public can understand the options that they have before them. Because just for me, that's the way I kind of think. And then the other thing for me is, I think the public will weigh in on what areas are, areas that are kind of been around for a long period of time. And also, one of the things for me is that I noticed that on all 3 of the maps, that Front Street is in 1 district. For me, it'd be good to have Front Street maybe in 2 districts, because that is kind of like the face of Soledad. And so to lay it on 1 council member, the whole Front Street, it just seems like it'd be better if you have 2 council members at least. There's an opportunity for better representation in that area. And then that's just the way I see it. Just trying to make things simpler for folks.
Thank you. And just for the rest of council, if you do want NDC to provide an online mapping tool for the public to use, that is something that we offer to many of our clients. It's your decision whether or not you think that whatever the contract says that cost is, it is. In the past, we've also done 1-page maps, like exactly like Councilmember Chavez was saying, where you can kind of draw right on it and use your calculator to add up the population. And it would basically look like if you took a screenshot of this and printed it out, right? So if anybody at home wants to do that right now, that's the easiest way, print out the census book.
Yeah, thank you, Krista, but I concur with Councilmember Chavez, because I thought when we were approving the contract that it was gonna be an interactive map, because that's one thing that we talked about. So we didn't know there was limitations on the interactivity.
That's right, that's a good point, okay.
Yeah, we said, okay, good, because it's gonna be interactive, what we're used to. That's what we thought. I mean,
we shouldn't assume, sorry.
Participated in the county wanted the same thing, so.
The good news is that I can actually get that set up for you again next week. And what's good about that is that there will be 2 separate versions, one for 4 districts and one for 5. And then just on the city website, you link to, here is the tool for 4 districts, here's the tool for 5, and it'll be.
And so that would allow now for our residents that want to draw different maps than what are here, that they can do that as well using the interactive tool that does provide with that.
Yes, and we do have a YouTube tutorial that I narrate on how to use the tool. It's very easy. It's a very easy tool. So I think you might actually enjoy it.
Thank you for that. So we'll make sure that we have that. So, Councilmember Cabrera?
I have a couple of questions. Well, thinking about that tool, I was thinking when I first saw the maps is how come they drawing it from north to south? Why not east to west or diagonal? What things are they considering to draw? And that tool should be really good so that we can see how it affects the variation in the population. So that is one thing. The other thing is that what elements or what information did you consider to draw either 4 or 5 districts? Because my perception is that there's 4 council members, and we have a mayor that is at large, meaning that the whole town votes for that. And one of the things that I heard in the first meeting is that somebody wanted to do 5 maps because they want to rotate the position of the mayor. I don't think that is a good idea, because that will have electing officials voting for the mayor position, which shouldn't be one elected official pointing to the person that is going to be the mayor. That should be exclusively for Soledad to make that decision. The other thing that I want to say is that if we do that, if we do 4 maps, 4 districts, each district is going to be represented by 2 people, 2 persons. Their district elected official and the mayor. So in that way, we don't have any conflict that two council members are in one area, right? My other concern is the business area. In that, according to my belief, is that each individual is going to be voting based on their residence, right? So even if one person in Soledad has a business in that area, they're not going to be voting for two different candidates or twice for the candidate. So even if I think that the business district should be a zone that all of us could go, and it is not about participation, it's about us representing them as a city council. So those are mainly my concerns, that we try to, we're doing this because we want equal representation for people, not because we want to take over something, some part of the government. I think that we should be clear about our objectives with this. I don't see any reason to have a fifth district, but I do see a reason to have more than 4 maps, because it is different options. I also was wondering how many maps is. Let's imagine that everybody in Soledad participates. Yeah, let's imagine that. And then we have 20 maps. How are we going to decide which maps to select, and how is going to be the selection process, and how long it's going to take us to make that selection, so that we can get the most appropriate map for the districts?
Yeah, so the good news is, even if we received 50 or 60 maps, part of my job as your consultant is to group those maps into key similarities or thematic groups, so that you can oftentimes say, well, this approach, for instance, one of my cities I worked with last year had a bunch of maps that looked like a layer cake, and, they were north to south and not east to west, and so we grouped them all together, and the city was able to say, that's not the approach we want, let's focus on these other maps. So we will do that for you. And to be clear, by state law, we need to have 5 public hearings spread over at least 4 meetings. If you choose to add additional meetings, you can do so. It's usually a good idea, if you do have this public mapping tool, that you do some sort of workshop, or not necessarily a council meeting where all the council members are present, but a meeting where members of the public can come and draw the maps and learn how to use the tool. That's something that we do a lot. As for the 4 district versus 5 district, of course, with your council the way it stands today, 4 districts would be what we draw, but looking to possible future changes, we can also draw 5 district maps for consideration. Of course, the city attorney can speak to whatever process would be required in order to change the structure of the council.
But with that in mind, I don't think that we should plan in something that is not there. Yes, we're gonna grow probably 40%, but that growing is gonna start in probably 2 years. And it's not gonna end up.
Or it's already starting.
Well,
Keeping
yes.
in mind, it's 2023, and the census data we are legally bound to use are from 2020.
Yeah, but do you think that there's gonna be voting in 2 years from that area?
So Councilmember, but just for clarification, so what we're mandated to do, I mean, obviously, there's a bunch of stuff that we can speculate in the future and when things are gonna happen and when things are not. I think for us, we have to really be focused on what the state requires us to do right now through the redistricting process that we're currently in, that is to use the figures from the census in 2020. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I worked with another city that had a very similar question before them about, they were anticipating having actually a ballot measure to change the number of seats on their council. And they wanted to, have one map with the current number of seats and another map just in case they made a future change. And we really did discourage that for a few reasons, but one is just that is confusing to your residents. We want your residents to know in 2024 which district they are in and know that they will be represented by a council member from that district.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I just want to make sure that the public and we, understand what data points we're working with and what we're obligated to do under current law, not speculation of future. So, yeah, thank you for that. Did you have any more questions?
No.
No? Okay. So I have, before we go to the public, before we open it up for public comments, I just have a few questions too. I noticed that all the three maps are drawn around where the current council members sit in terms of residents. But these could be drawn differently, right? As long as they continue to meet the deviation, the population, all of those different data points that are part of the map.
Yeah, and this is an excellent point that the mayor brings up. Actually, I think that our demographer didn't even have correct addresses for all the council members, and it kind of just ended up that they were each in a different district. It is legally permissible to consider where the current council members live, so that's important to state for members of the public that we're not doing anything we shouldn't be there. But sometimes we do end up in a situation where, because of the other criteria that we must consider, like not dividing neighborhoods, sometimes some cities have council members living in very close proximity. And what happens when you adopt a map with 2 or more council members in the same district is that, then you can create situations where the election sequencing becomes very important in determining whether that district will be one of the first ones that switches over from at-large to by district. And that sometimes might mean that one of those 2 council members would have to decide, do they want to run for re-election in the middle of their term, right? So that creates additional decisions for the council to make, but it is something that is possible, so.
And we've seen it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, just wanted to clarify that. So the way I know it's permissible, but it looks like it was drawn for, keeping each of the council members within those districts, but it may be different, depending on what other maps are drawn. So thank you for that. That was just wanted to clarify that. And I just want to reiterate my preference in terms of, as we're talking, and for the public, obviously I want to hear from the public as well. But just in terms of the 5 or 4 district maps, I think for me, my sentiment has been pretty clear is, the 4 districts, if we're going this route, to be able to have an elected mayor. And I want to hear from the public and really understand from the council in terms of if we go to a 5 district, and that is the sentiment of the council, just wanting to make sure the reasons why go from an appointed mayor versus an elected mayor at large. So I know obviously the council many years ago did a referendum to be able to put this on the ballot, and the voters chose that this is what they wanted. So for me, it's just moving back to a governance system that our voters selected that this was the preferred one. And just for me, I just want to state, as we're going through this process, I really want to make sure that we understand it's not a politicized process, and that we're really thoughtful in terms of what are the benefits to our residents. What is the equitable, just moving forward to allow the residents to really vote for those members of the governance body as a council that they elect to choose, and how we really increase the participation and increase opportunities for others that may not have all, financial means or whatnot, to be able to really make sure that they're part of this process as well as we go through this process. So thank you. Those are my comments. So I'm going to now open this up. I'm gonna open up the public hearing at 7:45, and I'm gonna open that up to the public. So at this time, what I'll do is we're gonna open it up to those that are joining us here in the council chambers, and then I'll take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. So any members of the public that are joining us here that wanna make comments on our public hearing today?
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Fernando. I'm a resident of Soledad for 27 years, and I'm kind of a lot of thoughts in 3 minutes, but I'll try to get to all of them. First, I do think that I agree with Councilmember Chavez. It would be really cool to be able to work with the maps ourselves. That way we have all the data there, because, I mean, I printed out the map yesterday and it took me forever to get it on one page. And then to like use a Sharpie to circle everything, it's not the, the best way. But anyways, that's my first thought. I think my second thought that I have now is that it kind of, I get why you want to keep neighborhoods together, but we kind of know how Soledad's divided, especially with people's socioeconomic status. I think all 3 maps, everybody that made over $200,000, 15% was for one district, and then the second was 7%, and then 2 or 0. So I think that's something that we kind of want to think about. Number 2, I also agree. I think Front Street should be divided amongst the council members. I don't think one council member should represent all of the businesses in Soledad. I don't know if that's fair, but then it's like all of the businesses are in one section of Soledad. That's how Soledad is. So maybe trying to draw maps that kind of include more council members in those areas would be cool. I think another thought that I have is really with this whole 4 or 5 debacle. I agree with the folks that just want to keep it to 4. I think that's more equitable. If you want to be mayor, you should run for it. So that's my thought there. What else? I have a lot of thoughts, so now that I'm up here, they kind of just left my brain. But yeah, I think it's also important to have these conversations not in a council setting, because like I said, I kind of forgot what I wanted to talk about, and it's 3 minutes, so I think it's better if there's like an open conversation that we can have about this. And while we consider those open conversations, it would be really cool if we are able to get someone that can translate or have these workshops in Spanish and other languages, because not everybody speaks English fluently. And I think the hardest part is going to be getting people, like, we can all say like, oh, everybody's equal in all these places, but can everybody vote? Is everybody able to vote? Will one section have like 1,000 people voting and another section has 7? I think that happened in King City, I believe. So having those considerations and like thinking a little bit outside the box, and I guess with my final 20 seconds, I will say that while we do want to keep neighborhoods together, we don't want lower socioeconomic status folks to be grouped into just one district. Because as we see in bigger cities, that causes issues. And with that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando, for your comments. Do we have any other members from our from the public that are here on our council chambers? Before I take it out, I know we have a couple of comments on our Zoom. But any members from the council?
Fernando, you stole my words. Hi, my name is Eva. I thank you so much for the presentation first, and also just a thorough detail of the maps. I mean, I do agree with what Fernando had shared. I mean, this would be beneficial for Soledad, and what else can I say? What he just said. So I just want to echo what he said. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Okay, so we'll go one more time. Any, before I take it over to our virtual public comment. So any other members from our public that are joining us in the chambers? Okay, so I will take it out to those that are joining us virtually today. And so we'll begin with Monica Andrade, if you can unmute yourself.
Hello, good evening, members. And first of all, thank you for the presentation and a clarification of this complicated process. I think the tools for the public to engage in the drawing on the map should be easier, not harder. So I'd encourage this council to make an investment necessary for the public to draw maps that include numbers. I'd also like to see the Front Street divided up too. And I believe that whatever map we end up using, it should be centered on equity, not what is convenient to current council members, sitting council members, and stuff like that. Finally, I'd like to make it really clear in public record what Councilmember Jimenez and Councilmember Corralejo's request for a fifth district entails getting rid of the at-large mayor position, thus reversing back to the appointed or rotating mayor position. My question to both these council members is, why do you think this is necessary? What reason do you have to remove the constituents' ability to pick their own mayor? And with that, I conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica. So we'll move on to our next hand that I see up here, which is Guadalupe Lupita Arroyo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, City Council members, Mayor, and community. My name is Lupita Arroyo, a lifelong community member of Soledad. So I would like to talk on the item of the transition to district-based elections for council members. So this is a major transition for the community of Soledad. There are a few points I would like to address. For instance, I strongly believe that the elected mayor should stay as that, elected by the public and the members of the community. Having the elected city council members electing mayor does not fit within equitable practices. So we already have a voice from the council members. So them electing the mayor is only considering the voices of the council. So I definitely think that it should stay the same. It should remain the same. So we have the elected mayor elected by the people. So Councilmember Chavez brought a very interesting point about that if it stays at 4 and there's one mayor, so that region, that district will be represented by 2 people. So the district and the mayor. However, I would argue that it's everyone, the whole community is represented by the mayor. So I would argue that it's 2 people. So it's 2 people. Each district will be represented by 2 people. So the city council, mayor, and the district member. So every community member has a chance to be heard by 2 different people. So that's very important. I also have a lot of points. I have so I also want to say thank you to Kristen Park for the presentation. So I learned a lot from that, from the information. So I also want to say thank you for shouting out the criteria too. So the public voice is super important here. So I also want to bring up the fact that, my opinion, that if there's a few marks that we have to consider, for example, the socioeconomic distribution of the population within the regions, and also to consider who can vote. So we can have a district have a population of maybe like 2,000 people, and then we can have a second district be populated of like twice as that, 4,000 people. However, let's say that the district that has the most people, only a certain fraction of that could vote. So that's not equitable. So these are some of the factors that I would like to consider within the map, or within filling the map criteria. So I also want to say that bringing up different factors such as distributing the Front Street, I think that's really important to distribute that the businesses, because they have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. We'll move on to our next hand that's up, and that's Alexis.
All right. Yeah, buenas noches. My name is Alexis. I'm a community member. Want to thank the demographers who put this together. Really interesting, kind of like geeking out on some of the data. Not really my expertise, but I'm giving it a shot to try to understand this. I live like on the old side of town, so naturally, just based on some of these districts, I get grouped into like a business area because I live close to Front Street, but we're not really a business area. We're a mixed economy. Like we got a lot of renters here. We got a lot of third generation families, second, third generation people kind of living together and stuff. So it's like, it kind of sucks, but like we're kind of naturally getting grouped into like a Front Street business area, but we're not. um, I think the most important thing here that we could do is really bring it out to the public, to have some community engagement activities, not where councils are just kind of taking up the whole space, but I'd like to see like, I'm thinking back in Salinas, they had a thing called the Alisal Vibrancy Plan, where they asked community members kind of what they wanted from this master plan that they were creating. Anyways, it kind of gave community members a creative opportunity to just have dialogue around what they wanted from their community. I think something similar like that around drawing maps, bringing out the iPad so people can draw their own things, bringing out a bunch of paper so people can draw. I think that would be critical, especially like in some of these districts that y'all are proposing. That would be nice. But yeah, I think community engagement is going to be critical because I don't really think people understand what this entails, So thank you.
Thank you, Alexis, for those comments. And then we do have Chris Ferreira. If you want to unmute yourself.
Are you able to hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Chris Barrera, President of LULAC Council 2055. First of all, I would like to echo the youth comments. Your community is extremely lucky to have youth involved with this process, and you should really cherish that. We had recommended a creation of a citizens redistricting committee after we met with Councilmember Travis.
Chris, we're losing you. Can you talk? Probably, I don't know if you need to talk closer to the mic, but you're coming in and out.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, better.
Okay, great. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Chris Barrera, President of LULAC 2055. First of all, I would like to echo the youth comments, and your community is lucky to have youth involved with this process. We had recommended a creation of a citizens redistricting committee back when we met with Councilmember Chavez and Jimenez. That way Soledad residents can lead this process in their own way and keep politics out of any decision. Councilman Jimenez had originally requested when LULAC first approached the city to keep the mayor at large. We believe more community input is great, but ensuring feedback is used in your decision making is very crucial. We recommend to have 4 districts representing all parts of Soledad and keeping the mayor at large. The only local city that rotates council members for mayor is Watsonville, and we believe that would be a step backwards since Soledad used to rotate. I would highly encourage you to empower residents speaking tonight to have a true input and take their comments seriously. It is very important that all residents from all parts of Soledad have a say and opportunity to vote for their mayor and have transparency and equity as priority number 1. And thank you and keep up the great work.
Thank you, Chris, for those comments. We'll move on now to Benito. Benito, if you can unmute yourself.
Hello, good evening. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, if I cut off, let me know because I've been having trouble as well. Thank you for that presentation. It was really great to see the demography explained. I really appreciated the intention to get the community involved. I would also like to echo that having more informal places to have this conversation across a table where we're all together as a community and we have more than just 3 minutes is really essential. Especially if we're getting, associations that are national recommending this. So I really invite the council members to listen to these recommendations that other cities have done in creating an advisory board from the citizens themselves. I do know that this is not a process that we should take lighthearted. It's the first time that Soledad moves to this. So having different council members live in different areas shouldn't get in the way of the way that we divide our town or our city. I did appreciate looking at the maps. I don't really see any major differences between them. In my eyes, I know there's a really big kind of like push to get Third Street in that blue district. I don't know that like the green map has the little sliver right there, just has red flags of gerrymandering that we're all aware of, but we do not want to repeat in our city. So yeah, definitely invite the tool to be open for everybody to be able to draw their own maps, and maybe later have conversations about which map better reflects the Soledad's needs, not just the economic needs, but also the social and the cultural needs. That Soledad is a diverse place. Also in the conversation of the mayor at large, I'm having trouble understanding why this council wants to return to that process. Like, my question to you is, what are the benefits of a community not electing their mayor? What are the benefits of 4 to 5 people taking that choice themselves? Everybody has a chance to run. They're they're open elections. If somebody can't win an election, it doesn't make sense to change the process just so that person could be mayor. And it's really apparent what Soledad is trying to do. And state governors do not rotate with their senators. The president does not take turns rotating with their senators or with their representatives. So I do not know why Soledad at this local level is trying to implement some of those more disenfranchising methods. I am fully for direct democracy, for direct representation. So I would want to keep the 4 districts. The mayor does fully represent everybody living in Soledad. Whoever the mayor is, if it's Anna, if it's whoever is to come in the future, I know that person, if it is elected by the whole community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Benito, for your comment. So I don't see any other hands up. Okay.
I think so. That's all of them.
So that's all. So what I'll do then at this time, then I will close the public hearing. Do you want to do this? Close the public hearing. Remember to use the gavel. Okay, so I'll close the public hearing at this time. Thank you everyone for those comments that were submitted and some of those recommendations as well. So I'll bring it back now to the council for either additional questions or comments. And I'll just, what I would want to do, Kristen, and just going back to some of the recommendations that were made today. Thank you for making sure that this is going to be an interactive tool for our community members. But I really would appreciate looking toward a workshop to be able to do the mapping tools, because as was said today, I know you didn't go through each of the demographics and what's needed to be in this map. You highlighted a few of them, but I think for many of our community members that have not gone through this process, and I would say even for us as council members, I'll speak for me, looking at some of these numbers were really difficult to be able to look at, what is, obviously in terms of equitability and what we want to accomplish, especially when you get to some of those more deeper kind of voter registration numbers that you have there, and then also looking at the immigration status and language, education. And so I think for our residents to really understand why all of these different factors are really important to be able to develop the maps and the districts that are equitable based on what you have to achieve and what we have to achieve, looking at it as well through that lens. So that way we're really looking at what the equitable piece is and how we really make sure that these maps reflect that. So with that, I'll start with Councilmember Cabrera, and then I'll kind of work my way down this way for any additional comments.
No, I don't have any more comments. But just one question, are we making a decision on this at any point or? No. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any more comments.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yeah, I don't think I have anything. I think it's good I think if we can get a workshop for those maps, I think it's necessary for the public to be being part of this. I think it's harder. I think it's too difficult to just put that out there and then expect our public to really come up with as Fernando was saying, bring out the Sharpie. And that's what we used to do back in 2000. I mean, we'd bring out a Sharpie, we'd get the numbers, we'd put the numbers down, we'd get an Excel sheet, we'd throw the numbers together, and we'd have to figure out how to query that and put it all together. It doesn't make sense to do that again and again and again if we're in 2023. Having gone through the process through different districts back in 2000, back in 2010 myself, and then now in 2020, seeing what the tools that are out there, they're so much easier to use. Why not utilize those tools so that our public can make that decision? As far as the District 4 and District 5, I think that's what the public can say, you know what, forget District 5, we want 4 districts, and that's what we want. Then we move forward in that direction. But we should give that option to our residents, because there are residents that have different opinions. It's not just this council on this. I think if we put it out there and the majority of the council, of the public says, you know what, let's leave it the way it is, and let's not complicate things, let's move on 4 districts, great, we move forward in that direction, I think, as a council. But let's give that option to our residents to see what they want to do with it. It was a long time ago that the decision was made. Council's way before any of us were on. I don't think any of us here were on when that decision was made. So I think it's good for the public to look at that once again. And I think that for me, being able to look at all those options, even though we may get maps that make no sense at all because the numbers don't make any sense, the contiguity doesn't make any sense, but for somebody else, maybe it does make sense for them because there's a specific neighborhood that works well with another neighborhood, so on and so forth. Looking at socioeconomics is a small piece of the puzzle, but it is important for some people more so than for others. But we've got to look at all of those little nuances to figure it out. And I think it gives the opportunity for the public to weigh in on all of these decisions if we're able to give them a workshop so that they can understand and make certain that we do have that translator so that there is that opportunity to understand it better. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Corralejo?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say I really enjoyed everybody's comments. Fernando, there were so many points that you made that I really appreciate you bringing out. With that said, I do think one of the things in working with our community engagement department that's fairly new that they've really been working hard at is trying to do more outreach besides just the usual social media that we usually do, because as we're finding out, not everyone's on social media. So I know they've talked about, working with our school district or attending certain events, reaching out to our seniors, to our young people, to everybody. So I think, we really need to continue with that effort to reach out to everyone, especially with all these new initiatives and general plans and housing plans and all these different things we have going on. So I think in order to do that, part of our job as a council is to propose and to give options. The more options we do, the better, so that our community knows what the options are. So part of the reason why I personally suggested the 5th district option, besides giving more options to our community, and again, right now we're seeing a small percentage, unfortunately, of our communities, the ones that are being civically involved, and that's why we're doing this push with our community engagement to do outreach. But we do have a lot of different growth going on in our community, commercial-wise and residential-wise. I think we have something like 7 or 8 different residential properties going on right now, and that's excluding our Miramonte project. And as was brought up earlier during the presentation, we have grown already as well, just from when we did the 2020, what's it called?
Census.
Thank you, I was gonna say survey census, thank you, to where we are at now. So I think the more options that we present when it comes to anything, that's what I feel is part of my job, so thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think it's important to know how we got here and why we're here discussing districting. And that's because it was forced upon us. LULAC came to us and says, you guys need to go to districting, and if you don't, we're gonna sue you. So municipalities, councils have not been able to win these cases. So therefore, all your council members were at large. Your mayor is at large. It's something that had changed a while back. And so that's what the people wanted, and that's what the people got. However, it's changed now. Now we're going to redistricting. So my issue for me is that, is this how we want to continue? Or what does the public want? Because we are changing now. So we're changing from at-large for all the council members to districting. So with that said, the premise behind districting is to give equal representation and to give equal access to all the community, and that they're not forgotten, and that one section of the town, or there's not enough lighting, because nobody's coming from that section, they don't hear us. So with that said, that for me, I take a look, and I know it's not the most favorable things, and we hear it from, and I'll get to that. But one of the things is that then we have 5 representatives. I'm not saying that's what we're gonna do, but then it gives 5 representatives, and it gives the people more of an opportunity to access their representative. And I understand that the elected mayor position is one that's supposed to be for everybody, but it seems like it certainly comes from certain parts of town. And so I'm not saying that the mayor hasn't done a good job. I'm not saying that as far as representation or whoever the mayor is at the time of the community, but times are changing. So therefore, I'm willing and open to look at alternatives, that being the 4th district and then having 5 districts. And then if we get the feedback and input from the community, then we can make a knowledgeable and educated decision. And you know, the work groups are so important because we get our frequent flyers are calling in and coming, and it's nice to hear from everybody else. I want to hear from, you know, Mr. Stevens. I want to hear from Trujillo down my street, Frank over in the other part of town. You know, I want to hear from everybody. As many people as we can get involved, we'll come up with the best district that there is. Because the very few that have their own special interests, it's not going to serve everyone in this community. We're moving in the right direction. We're going to end up doing districting, whether it's going to be 4 or 5. It's going to be up to the people. I mean, it really is, because we're going to have that discussion. But it's not going to be a few people. It's going to be from the majority of people we hear from. So with that said, just like other areas, I think that it's important we consider that. We move diligently through the process. We have that interactive map, giving people an opportunity to work their districts. I really don't like any of the maps, and some are like, okay, but we're not there yet. I know there's more to come, so I didn't spend a whole lot of time with the maps, but I'm looking forward to the additional 5th district, and then working on the 4th and the 5th and see what it looks like altogether. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, so thank you again, everyone, for all the comments. I think, Kristen, thank you for also providing that information. Just, you know, my final thoughts on this as well is moving forward with the workshops. I think it's really critical, as was said already, and being able to do an outreach process that really is inclusive and transparent, and that we really open it up to everyone. Because I do agree as well. I think for me, one of the things that I really wanted to promote, and the reason why we have an engagement department, is because we wanted, you know, several years ago, this council to make sure that we were doing outreach to our community and that we had more civic engagement and more civic participation. So, you know, understanding that each of us have, you know, limited bandwidth in terms of outreach and what we can do to our community, is having that engagement, community engagement department that would allow for us to be able to reach out to our community was really imperative. So I think being able to do that and looking at non-traditional ways to do outreach. Some people are good on Facebook, some people are not, some people are better in person. And, you know, as was said, this is complicated as well. Anyways, the material is complex, that if we can just do a step-by-step workshop and probably look at maybe a Spanish one and then do an English one, so we don't have this, you know, issue with translations and where things can get lost. Yeah. So to have 2 separate, I think that'll be my recommendation to the council, to make sure that we really are proceeding equitable and with a transparent, you know, format, and reaching out. I know as well, you know, the school district is going through this process as well. But in doing that, I think, as was said, just really encouraging the participation of our residents. At the end of the day, whatever maps are chosen, it has to come from our residents, and it has to be the choice of our residents. I also want to be just very transparent and to be able to say for the record that when we go out to do this, I think it's also really important to make sure that we give a historical perspective to our residents, some that may not have been here, 10, 15 years ago, to be able to understand, where we were before we moved into an elected mayor, what were some of the issues and how did that come about? So that way our residents have that understanding and that historical context, and then they can make up their own mind what they want to do moving forward, whether that's beneficial to be able to have 5 districts or to be able to retain the 4 districts at is. I think that's, really important for our community to be able to make that determination and not just solely the council as a whole. And I think the other thing that came up for me is the Citizens Redistricting Committee. So I guess I just want to know if that was something that was discussed. I know probably other cities have done it. I actually like that fact that you have a committee that is really looking and more engaged and having to do some of that civic engagement that the council probably cannot do. So I don't know what that entails, what it takes. I know we're already in the process, Mike. I think this probably would have been better to do it at the beginning, but I also think we're not at the end of the process where that discussion can be had. So I want to know what it would take to be able to have a citizens redistricting committee, what that entails, what the timelines are, what the process for having that, because I think that would be an independent body that would also help to make some recommendations.
So I guess the only thing that I want to add is that we're under a threat of litigation. And so there's a limited time period in order for this council to make a determination as to districting maps. And I'll be frank, we are already past that time period as it stands. So there's time for, there is certainly the ability for us to address the issue of doing other things like forming a redistricting committee, having workshops, doing other things, but we're at a risk, right? I just want to make sure that everybody is aware that as the time ticks off, we are already past the time period in which we had to form the districts, which started in, I believe I think October or November or something along those lines. That's why this meeting was combined with our regular city council meeting, because we couldn't get dates together and we were going to end up having our next meeting sometime in mid-March. And I just want to try to keep the process moving as expeditiously as we can. I understand that there's a desire to have more input and so forth and so on. So perhaps we need to speak with the individuals who, in this case it was LULAC, who sent us the letter threatening litigation. They were willing to enter into a tolling agreement with us before. They may be willing to extend that tolling agreement again, and I can speak with them and see if we can do that. So we'll have more time to do the type of outreach that you're talking about. Otherwise, my recommendation would probably be to try to keep up the pace that we're on now, because of the fact that, as we discussed previously, the potential financial consequences if we don't meet the time frame, and costs and so forth if we're sued could be very, very significant. So that's sort of the history of why we're doing it, and why we didn't form the committee and so forth, just because there are some time constraints on us.
So the deadline is when, now?
The deadline is passed.
It's 3 months, I think. So it's October, hold on, excuse me, let me just finish my question. So the deadline was October, November, December? When was the deadline?
I think the deadline ended sometime, I believe the tolling agreement that we had in place expired on January 19th, I think.
Of this year?
Of this year. And, the informal read that I had with representatives of LULAC was that as long as the city continues to make progress in its efforts and demonstrates those efforts, that there wasn't going to be a rush to the courthouse or do anything along those lines. And I think that we have met that requirement. We have had 2 meetings. This is our 3rd meeting. We have, posted things, we've done things. We've definitely demonstrated, I think, to anybody from the outside that we are serious about this districting effort. And I would hope that we could work something out with LULAC to make sure that we have some protection from, a lawsuit.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think I would want to consider that, only because as we're talking about, this is a very different process for our community. And the more that we can have community engagement and we have public input, I think this is what you heard tonight from this council, is that community input, not just from certain sections, but, being able to really have it, more throughout the city would be really imperative. So if we can have, just that extension on the deadlines to consider, and if I can have just what does it entail, redistricting committee, but to be able to have those workshops as well, I think those are really important to be able to determine those Spanish and English workshops for our community.
And one question is, with the workshops that you're requesting, would those be city council meetings at which
No.
workshops take place, or just
No.
workshops open to the general
For
public?
the general public.
Okay, so
Yeah,
not
that's what
noticed,
we would,
agendized
right?
meetings and so
No.
forth, so, okay.
Council, are we in agreement with that it's for the general public?
Yeah. At least for me, I think it's making sure that the public understands how to use the tools is the main thing, but also, kind of going over some of the, what census tracts are, kind of some of what are not only the demographics, but what are the rules behind the districting, so that folks understand that. At least if we could do that for 2 workshops, Spanish one and English one, I think that would really help the process for the public.
Yeah.
My question?
Yes.
Yeah, so, have we received another letter from LULAC asking us to rush things through, or?
We didn't have to receive another letter. We
No.
received the initial letter, which said you have now 90 days.
Yes, but, have they done anything that indicates?
They don't have to do anything. After the expiration of the 90 days, they legally have the right to move forward with some legal action. So they didn't have to give us a second chance or do anything along those lines. As I've indicated, they've been very cooperative. The folks, the representatives that I've been dealing with have been very cooperative, very easy to deal with in terms of the preparation of the tolling agreement that we had and so forth. But, we're past now the time period that was set in that tolling agreement. But there hasn't been, in answer to your question, there has not been another letter saying, hey, you promised you were gonna do this and you didn't do it, and so now blah, blah, blah. There has not been an additional.
Yeah, but we are in the process. The 90 days were to start the process or to finish?
No, the 90 days is to finish.
I'm not sure. I have a hard time understanding that somebody will give you 90 days to finish a process that will take at least 6 months or more.
It's set by statute. It's state law. It's not something that they had discretion. Once we received the notification of a threat of potential litigation, the statute says, once you receive that, you have 90 days to complete the process. So LULAC was, actually, they didn't have to agree to enter into a tolling agreement with us, but they were willing to do so as long as we made progress in the process. And I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that right now we're sort of living on borrowed time as we sit here on February 15th. But I'm happy to reach out to the folks at LULAC and ask if they are willing to consider, an extension on that agreement. I'll do that tomorrow.
Okay.
And I would add that the good news is that the next census is in 2030, and you have all the time in the world to investigate different citizen redistricting commission options for that next legally required redistricting process.
Okay,
Yeah.
but
So I was thinking that, I don't know if it's possible, but we had the president of LULAC present in the media on Zoom. Is it possible that he can make a comment through that, or it is a legal process that we need to ask them if we have a little bit more time or if we can continue?
It just makes more sense for me to reach out to them tomorrow because we'd have to memorialize it in some way.
Yeah.
Which would be easy to do. So
Yeah.
we have the existing agreement and so forth, so, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. So, then if there's no other comments, Kristen, thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you so much for all of the public comments that we received today, and we look forward to continuing the process and discussion and having our community be involved and making sure that all of our community residents are involved in this process and making the decision as we move forward with this, so appreciate it.
Mayor, one last comment. So like I had indicated, we had this sort of combined meeting. I think that what I'm hearing is we don't want to have this again. So the next districting meeting should be a standalone meeting. We shouldn't try to combine it with a city council meeting and business and so forth.
Yeah.
Much better. want to need to limit time and so
I
forth.
think so,
Yeah.
gives us more time to look at all the different, whatever variations of maps and stuff,
I'll
so.
probably ask Darlene if she will reach out so we can start getting some dates together, because also if we can post those dates on the website to make sure that the community's aware of the fact when we'll be having the next meetings, the earlier we can do that, the better it is, so. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that, that makes sense, okay. So we'll move on then to our next item on our agenda for today, and that is our item B1, receive the 2022 Soledad Historical Society Annual Report from Mr. Craig Stevens, President of the Soledad Historical Society, and I'll have our Economic Development Director, Brian Swanson, introduce the.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Brian Swanson, Community and Economic Development Director for the city. It's an honor to have Mr. Stevens here tonight, President of the Soledad Historical Society. If you recall, the City Council approved in April of 2022 a 20-year lease with the society at 137 Soledad Street, so their existing museum. And as part of that lease, there's a condition that the society provide an annual report of the previous year's events and activities. And so that report has been included in the staff report. And Mr. Stevens is here to answer any questions you may have of the society. And I'm here to help him with any other questions that you might have.
Thank you, Brian.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
This is part of our educational outreach. This is some of the things we just purchased, if I may approach that. This is a food preparation basket. This is all native California. This is an acorn storage basket. It's wider weave so that there's not mold. And this basket here is a beater for grass, but also an acorn scoop. So we now have about, the fourth grade display is now about 7 tables long. We're real excited about that. When it started, my wife and I carried everything over in my son's old little wagon. You have our report. It's 19 pages, single spaced. So given the time, I was wondering if anyone has any questions about what we've done. We have our budget, we have our activities, we have who has attended our displays and where those displays were. I think we've covered everything that you wanted, so I'll entertain any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens, for that, and thank you for providing a copy of the report as well. Let me start with the council first, if there's any questions on the report, and then I'll take it out to the public to see if there's any questions. So we'll start with questions on the report that was provided to us in the packet, and I'll start with Councilmember Cabrera.
Can you come back? I'm gonna put my doubts together.
Okay, so Councilmember Chavez, do you have any questions?
The only question was on your effort on item number 7. I think you talked about the grants, and that you've had some conversations with Brian regarding the California Small Museum Grant Program. Where are we at with that? Where, how far along are you guys on that? And
well, part of the problem, if you will, is according to the lease, you have to approve everything that we want to do, whether it's a modification, an improvement. Well, if we don't have a joint plan that we all agree on, it's hard to go for a grant and say this is what we want to do without having the plan. So one of the things we'd like to see is if we can have either a joint meeting with the council or a workshop with 2 members of the council, with our group, at the building, so we can say, okay, this is what we've got, these are the problems we see, let's come up with a plan, and then we have an opportunity to, in a more intelligent way, an agreement of what the plan is and what we want to do with that building.
in regards to those grants, they're specifically for facility improvements? Is that what the grants are for? Is there any programmatic piece to that? Is there anything else that's involved in those? Because I haven't looked at that.
Okay, the grant is really quite, we can do anything from buying displays, buying display cases, to adding to the building. So it's quite wide open. The problem, if we apply for, we can apply for the grant, or you can apply for the grant. We can't do a joint, group for it. If we apply for the grant, we'll get a smaller amount, because the biggest project we've done, we stuck over the back wall. If you apply for the grant, you can get up to $500,000 with and the maximum they're going to ask is 5%. And of that, and sometimes they even less than that. Now that period is opening up very quickly, unless we have problems because of the state budget. So it's a fairly wide open grant, and what collectively we can do for the building and for what the displays are. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, kind of. In regards to the grant, Brian or Greg, in regards to those grants, how often do museums get those grants? Is there a percentage of how, and what have we seen as far as best practices to go after a grant such as this? Because I don't think there's tons and tons of museums, except for maybe some of the larger ones out in LA, San Francisco, that go after these, or are they specifically for small museums such as these?
They're designed for small museum grants. They're designed for underrepresented communities. They're designed for communities that have, a high incidence of free and reduced lunch. Our community matches it. It's designed specifically for that.
A couple things. One is that the 2023 period has not opened yet, interestingly enough. I don't know if that has to do with some of the state's budget cutbacks, but we monitor the site weekly. And what's good for our intentions of the city is that we have Townsend, a professional grant writer, that would be able to help us. But going back to your question is, they do support a lot of smaller museums that lack that funding and resources that some of the major ones have. So this would be a good opportunity for the Soledad.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez, for that. And just in terms of the state, I know the money that was allocated, and that's through the funding from last year, which was our 2022. Obviously, there's $22 billion deficit. But I know the governor's proposal doesn't, there's some potential for clawbacks, but a lot of the programs that were provided funding in the past are scheduled to continue, with the exception of a couple that they've identified in terms of some of those. So it would be a great opportunity now to be able to apply for that.
I think so.
Yeah, and given the consultant. Okay. Okay. You done with your questions? Okay. Councilwoman Corralejo?
Yes, I actually don't have any questions. I just wanted to say that I'm excited as I'm looking at all these different, traveling displays that you guys, have out there, and all these different classes, fourth graders. I think I saw Miss Lee's name on here. It's really exciting to see, the museum, doing what it was intentioned to do, which is to teach history to our children and to our community. So just wanted to say thank you, and everybody else at the Historical Museum for all the volunteer work. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
It's pretty nice. I want to say thank you for showing up, because I know you haven't been feeling well, and I'm glad to see you're doing well. So thank you for showing up, Mr. Stevens. One of the initial things last year when we came forward, and when you and I had that discussion about, if we get a longer term contract, if the council would entertain that way we could pursue grants. And that's one of the things for me, I think, is they're there. We know that they're there not only in the state, but also federal grants for small museums and medium size and for underprivileged as well. You can go on the websites and you can find all these, they're there. The question is whether you have the staff to do that. I encourage the council to give you a longer term contract, so that way you guys can pursue that. I'd like to see that facility upgraded. I know you do as well, so it's a more aesthetically pleasing to those coming in there, and we can showcase the history we do have, because I know there's a lot more history we can display However, you're limited in the spaces. I know there is ADA issues that presently exist within that facility, in addition to not a functioning, if I'm not mistaken, restroom at this time. And so when we open it up to the public, we have to be cognizant of all those requirements that we must provide. But I think it is important that we work together with the Historical Society and let's take it seriously. And I'm not saying, I tend to do this sometimes, and I apologize, council. I'm not saying no one's not taking it seriously. I'm just saying that we should move together to try to build our Historical Society up in the facility itself and invest some money in it. And by that, tracing down grants and doing that way, something that we can come together on and see the future of that. And it sounds as though what you state is true. We need to come together and meet and see if we can come up with a plan, and whether it's a subcommittee or whatever it may be, to work on that. I think would be important. The other thing too is the detail of your report and also your budgeting and your expenditures and stuff. I appreciate the detail and such that talk about transparency, that provides transparency. So thank you for that. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for that. Yeah, so just my comments, and then I'll take it out to the public as well, and then we'll bring it back. It's just a presentation, but we'll bring it back for direction, at least in terms of some of the conversations that we're having. So, Mr. Stephen, I've shared with you my sentiments about the importance of having a museum. I think for many of us that have families, it's really important to be able to have that, and we're lucky to be able to have that here in the city of Soledad. You know, we've utilized your displays many times on multiple occasions, and if there was ever discussion previously about, you know, the importance of the museum to us, I think you, in these last 2 years, have really shown us how critical it is to have that. When we celebrated our centennial, a lot of the displays that you had there were really, you know, telling and showing our history to our residents, and that's really critical. When we did the veterans, you know, display as well, is being able to have those stories that are local here. And I think especially for our young generation that doesn't know that history of Soledad, to be able to have that, and doesn't know some of the early pioneers and some of the stories that we have of some of the exciting heroes that are here in our community. I think it's really important, and you know, those families that really made Soledad what it is now. But to be able to collect those stories and to continue to collect those in a museum, I think it's really imperative. So thank you again for putting this report together. I know when we were going back and forth in terms of the contract, we wanted to make sure that we had a reporting mechanism to be able to share with our residents as well, not just the importance of it, but also what is being done, and how we're utilizing that space that is a public space, a public facility. And so really encouraging our residents to come and visit. But I also agree, and I've shared with you, I mean, the museum is great because we have a lot of history there, but I love to go to museums, and you know, we've done that many years for my boys. And I want it to be a museum that looks like the other museums in the other areas, and to be, as you know, Mayor Pro Tem said, I mean, to be really an area and a space that is really dignified for the museum and the collection that we have. So with that, I think the grant writing opportunity, we do have Townsend. If we can, you've already identified that, if there's a mechanism of how we can look at applying for the grant and having staff support that. And as you said, if the city applies for the grant, there's a potential for more funding and to be able to meet some of those eligibility requirements that every grant has, whether it be a matching or whether it be any other, you know, that I think we would be you know, be able to accommodate that. But I think also in the plan that you had, I know that there is obviously a lot of need for a lot of different priority improvements. And so really making sure that how does that outline, like what is the cost for each of these improvements, and to be able to really have a good comprehensive financial plan for, you know, the long-term, obviously improvements, what's the priority right now, what's the cost attached to that, and then being able to outline that for all the other improvements that you outlined here. And I know that just so the council remembers that we did appoint a council member. I thought we did appoint a council member to the Historical Society, or did we not?
No.
Oh, we didn't?
We postponed.
Okay. Okay, so then we want to so we should come back to it, because I think that's kind of looking at how do we move forward with this, and having, obviously, I know that Brian's part of your team, part of the board, which is great, but also having like an ad hoc, especially to work on as we move forward with some of the improvements that are needed. I think that would be important, so we can come back to agendize the appointment of the council member to the Historical Society Board, and then also at that time, we can talk about a subcommittee, an ad hoc committee, to be able to make sure that we move forward with, if there's gonna be any grants that are gonna be submitted, then we can work with that ad hoc committee to be able to have more of the detailed kind of ins and outs of what that entails. And I just, I just want to say other events too. I know I just attended where you hosted the, Mr. Franchione celebration. And so having the ability to make that space a space that we can utilize for different events, we're limited on that. And I know it's limited space, but I think it's another opportunity for us to be able to have our community enjoy the museum, but also being able to have more engagement opportunities conducted there at that public facility. So thank you so much for that. So for the recommendation, council, or Mike, for the recommendation for a grant submittal, I know it's on a time-sensitive matter. When is the deadline to apply?
Yeah, they haven't.
They haven't released it yet.
Okay.
You're good.
Okay.
But typically, if I remember from how 2022 went, is that it's late summer that.
So we have time.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have time. So then we'll want to make sure that we agendize the appointment to come back to the council in the future to be able to prepare for that.
And see, the Community Foundation also has grant opportunities that they're looking at.
Okay. Well, thank you. So let me open it up to the public. If there's any members of the public that have any comments or questions on item B-1, the report that was provided by Mr. Craig Stevens. So members of the public first, members of the public that are here in our chambers.
I just want to echo the importance of having a museum. I'm really into history. I want to thank Mr. Stevens for the work that he's done. He's actually my former teacher many years ago. I just do want to say also, just because I am Mexican and I do have an indigenous background, that we also don't forget the indigenous history that exists here in Soledad, and the history of what the missions did to those indigenous people. It's not something that we should forget, and it should be talked about. I'm not sure if it's taught at the K-12 level, but it is taught at the college level, so I just wanted to be able to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando.
Hi, my name is Eva Bañuelos. Mr. Stevens, thank you so much. And I wanted to just to kind of pick up on someone mentioned volunteer. Mr. Stevens does this for his heart, and sharing just history here in Soledad. And I had the opportunity to go and share history with him, and I enjoy history, even though his teacher was reading. But anyway, going back, it's a great opportunity to have this historical society because I like to promote it. Why? Because we have a lot of history here, and the displays that I go to, even during farmers market, it's just great. And another thing is, can we plan, like, just to prepare for the grant, even though it's not open, it's maybe something that we are able to prepare, I don't know if we are able to with Townsend, or just to kind of get prepared for just the wording, verbiage, and all that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Eva, for those comments.
Potential workshop might be that venue to talk more about the grant and what to focus on.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that would be good. Okay, so any other comments from the chambers? If not, I'll take it out to our virtual. Okay, so we have two hands raised, so I'll go with Alexis.
Again, buenas noches. Want to honor the original people of this land, the Pestilent Costanoan people, the Amamutsin, the Selenian people. This is a difficult one for me. I'm all for museums, but I'm definitely never seen anybody tell the history of Soledad the way that it's supposed to be told. I think we have a very dark history that we always neglect as like this Spanish missionaries and these pioneers, these Okies that came over from the Midwest. But there's lot of dark history here, you know. Over 2,000 native people were baptized in that mission, and almost 90% of them were buried there as well. A lot of ugly stuff, you know, everything from that to the braceros, the internment camps, the Soledad brothers that were incarcerated and killed in the prisons. A lot of ugly stuff. That I don't know if this is really what we're trying to do, tell the true history of Soledad, or are we just trying to paint it as is this beautiful city that, you know, we worked really hard to make it to what it is today, right? The last thing that I want to say, in response to a comment that was made previously by Councilmember Jimenez, and I've heard you say this before, but we are not a special interest group. We're community members. There's no special interest here. We're just regular people. We don't have no money to be made. We have no agenda. We just want the best for our city. I don't appreciate it when you call us that. I don't appreciate it when you say that about community members showing up. We're just regular folks, okay? With that being said, I hope that, you know, whatever comes out of this historical museum, I hope that you work with the native people because they are still here.
Alexis, let me just, point of order, I just want to make sure too that, in terms of the comment that was made earlier, I think that was a comment that was made during our, redistricting process. So want to make sure that those comments that are relevant to those items that we are discussing, are made during that time.
Sure, thank you. Sorry about that. That's it. Just, you know, I hope that the Historical Museum works with the local native people, the Selenian people, and, you know, share a little bit about that history too. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Respond to that?
so,
Can I answer his questions?
no, so let me finish the comments and
Okay.
then we can, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and then I have Benito, if you can unmute, oh, wait a minute, sorry, before, Mr. Gwen's on the line, if you can unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm here to support Greg, and you made the comment about where the money is for some of these things. On pages 10 and 11, where we outline the projects, there's items directly related to the budget for 2023 for everything except for the last one, which is the building to attach. And that's the one where we really need grants for. But everything else, we're pretty sure we have the money to pay for. Cost, of course, are estimates, but I think if you look over that, you'll see that it does relate directly to what's in our budget for this year.
Thank you, Mr. Gwen, for clarifying that. We'll go back, I made that comment, so I'll go back and look at that. Okay, thank you for that. So I will now move on to Benito, if you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me? Good evening.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for Mr. Stevens. I never had him as a teacher, but I always heard good things about him, and the fact that he's bringing up this whole museum and historical society, I've seen it evolve, and I just want to thank him for it. You know, thank him for it at the level of initiating something that Soledad never had. And at the same time, I want to be mindful of what it could become. You know, it could become something inclusive of other stories that are real to Soledad that make an impact. So I want to thank him for it, and at the same time, I want to, you know, kindly push him to be more inclusive of other voices and histories of our city. You know, highlight alumni that have left, you know, that have come back. Highlight regular folk that work in the field. You know, highlight people that have gone and created whole communities in other spaces that don't live in Soledad anymore, but came out of Soledad. So I think including more of that would also be helpful. I also want to echo more comments on making it a space where people could go volunteer. If they can maybe expand to making murals or or something that extends outside of that space. Hopefully it grows into a bigger space at some point. Hopefully it's in Front Street, you know, with more funding and more art and more engagement. But I do want to echo that we are a community with a history and in a dynamic culture that could be more reflected in every space. And in terms for the comment that was made, you know, we only get 3 minutes to respond. So if we don't get 3 minutes to respond to that part of it before, we should get time to respond to it, you know, at any moment. So we are not a special interest group. We are a collective. So when those
So
comments are made,
Benito,
thank
I
you for your
apologize.
time.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm gonna have to, just for a point of order and clarification, our body does follow the rules of, Robert Rules of Order, and we do, I mean, I understand that sometimes the 3 minutes are not enough, but we do have to be able to follow the process as a governing body. And as a chair, I wanna make sure that I stay true to what our protocols are by law, in terms of how we need to run the meetings. So any comments that are relevant to this topic are the ones that we're taking right now. So appreciate your respecting that.
Okay. Well, I'll speak about myself. My name is Benito, and I am from a collective that represents the voices of Soledad.
Okay, thank you, Benito. Okay, thank you so much. So any other comments? Okay, well, thank you so much. So we will, thank you everybody that made those comments. I really appreciate that. Mr. Stevens, so you wanted to make some final comments?
Just the first gentleman, that the basket you see, that part of the display, we highlight the Selenian, the Shalon, and the Esalen Indians that are local. We tell that story. As far as talking about some of the more ugly parts of our history, when we do the World War II display, we talk about the internment camps. And one of our last newsletter, we highlighted a gentleman who is a Japanese American who graduated from Gonzales High School. His family was interred. He saw his baby once in an internment camp before he was shipped overseas, where he was killed in action in Italy. So we do tell that story, those stories. Do we tell all of them? No, because we don't know all of them. That's the problem. So the last couple of things I just want to highlight is, I want you to know the Adobe is 180 years old this year. In 2025, this city will be 150 years old in terms of being a township. And it's the same year that the first school was built here in Soledad. And next year, the Historical Society will celebrate its 20th year when the council created this. So, with that, if there's no more questions, I'm going to bail because I'm still recovering. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Stevens, for that. And I will just make my final point, just in terms of anyone that, you know, from our public that has stories. I know Mr. Stevens has asked for that as well. Anyone that has stories, pictures, photos of the past, please, you know, go to Mr. Stevens and give that to them, because if he doesn't know the history, then we won't have it there. And obviously, as was said, there's a lot of history here. So I encourage our public to reach out to him and give him what you have that is part of who we are in Soledad. Thank you. So we'll move on then to our next item on our agenda, which is now item B-2, presentation from Central Coast Community Energy on the front of the meter energy storage effort, and to direct staff to work with Central Coast Community Energy on returning with site control agreement for consideration for assessor parcel number 257081-002000 and assessor parcel number 257-082-018-000. I'll turn it over to Brian.
We love zeros. Just as a quick recap, in October of 2022, 3CE presented to the City Council on the FMES, the front of the meter energy storage project, to the council for the city-owned property at the terminus of Los Coches Road. At that meeting, it was discussed that that really wasn't the right site for this type of use, and the council directed staff to work with 3CE to come back with some other possible options on city-owned land. Tonight is only a discussion and receive a presentation from Warren Tomlinson the consultant for 3CE. Now is the time to ask any questions of him when he does his presentation, and to potentially direct staff to work with 3CE if the council does agree that these sites meet your needs. Then we would work with 3CE and come back at a later date. But the two sites that Warren is focusing on is the wastewater treatment plant and the range property. And so, Warren, I see you on the screen. I will hand it off to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Council, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and I will start the presentation. And please stop me if you have any questions. Everybody see the presentation okay?
Yes.
Okay, Brian, thank you for the introduction. I'm a consultant. I represent 3CE, and I'm helping them further their 100 megawatt front of the meter energy storage effort. I will give you a brief background. And as Brian mentioned, I presented this before, so I will sort of skip through, but I'm happy to go back and revisit any of these points. But 3CE is a community organization. It is a nonprofit. It is run by the communities here shown on this slide, with the mandate to provide cheap renewable energy for the communities that they serve. The front of the meter effort that they are pursuing is a critical one, not just for 3CE, but also for the state of California and indeed the nation, which is an effort to put energy storage on our networks, our transmission networks, and our distribution networks. And there are many benefits for these systems. But just from a basic point of view, what these systems do is they take excess energy during the day, typically produced with solar. They hold it and then they discharge it at night, and they help reduce the load on our transmission and distribution lines, particularly in the afternoon and the evenings. At the very bottom, you can see this. This is pulled from CAISO. This is the purple line is the real-time demand line. The demand load for a given day, I think it's in May, and really to help sort of graphically demonstrate what happens is the battery air, which would be that little purple basin that filled in there, that it would take energy at that time when the demand and the load on the system is pretty light, and then it would discharge it in the evening to bring that max peak down. And that is the key. Your max peak load is the point at which your lines are most impacted and could potentially be the most dangerous. And so the battery helps balance that load, and it makes more space in the system for future systems to connect, and it generally makes the electrical system safer. What 3C is asking of the city is a home, to provide a home for some of its systems, and this is purely voluntary. 3C has asked all of its member agencies from Santa Barbara all the way up to Santa Cruz if there is any city-owned or county-owned land that they think would be appropriate to host a site. These sites have some local benefit. They do provide a benefit communally for all of the members of 3CE. And so the question is the city of Soledad comfortable with any of the sites that we've been looking at? As Brian mentioned, we looked at two sites in particular. The first is the WRF to the south of the city. After talking to Public Works, we came to the conclusion that this little rectangle here, which is about a little over half an acre in the middle of this basin, could be raised, and a system could be placed at that location. This is, again, the 100% of this cost is covered by 3CE. 3CE is just asking for the plot of land here. There is a distribution line just to the east of this location, right adjacent to the existing wind turbine, which is where this battery would connect. And so it is a pretty ideal spot, electrically speaking, and developmentally, it's not too challenging. Obviously, we have to bring in some land to raise this area, but it's definitely something that can be done. I think maybe we'll just go ahead and finish and I'll let you guys ask your questions. The second site is to the north This is the range, or the area commonly called the range. And this, I apologize, this graphic doesn't have the latest development here. There obviously is a trailer here and a parking lot, which services the rifle range to the northwest. Just to the north of that development is this area highlighted in the red rectangle, which is just under an acre. Again, 21 kV line just running north-south along that road, a good electrical connection point for this asset, and plenty of space to house the battery. Now, these systems, I've drawn these rectangles, basically encapsulating all the space that staff and I felt was potentially available. These systems are not that big. So these systems run anywhere from 6,000 to 7,000 square feet to 15,000 to 20,000 square feet, depending on the technology and the amount of energy they would store. And this would be a decision that would not be made unilaterally by 3CE. It would be something that would be discussed with Soledad if the next steps are taken. And so what are the steps in this process? So right here, we're trying to educate and begin a discussion with the city of Soledad on what 3CE is trying to do and get a sense for whether or not there is an area where the city of Soledad would consider participating. And so the first item here to get through, or step one, is to enter in a 1-year exclusive development agreement. Now, this does not give 3CE the ability to construct anything. It merely allows them to continue doing their developmental work, doing further investigations of the different sites, and also allows them to make an interconnection request with PG&E so we can get a sense of what the cost of interconnection would be. That is a key element to this development. And so if the council decides that this is something that could potentially work, we would then come back at the next possible opportunity to present with you a 1-year development agreement that you could consider. And if you sign that or direct staff to sign it, then we would continue the development process. We would initiate this interconnection request with 3CE. And upon completion of that, if the interconnection request or the cost of network upgrades aren't too severe, if these sites developmentally still look promising, then we would come back to the council again with a request for a full 20-year term, conditional use permit, land use permit, whatever is appropriate for the city, so that 3CE could own and operate, build, own, and operate that asset for its lifetime, after which it would reclaim it, it would take it down, pull it out, or potentially pursue an extension. And so that is the sort of the nuts and bolts of it. And I imagine there are some questions, and I'm happy to take those now.
Thank you, Warren, for that presentation, and thank you for just succinctly providing all of those different steps that the city is required if the city moves forward with this. I appreciate that. So let me, we'll have comments from the council, and then I'll take it out to the public if there's any comments from the public, and then we'll bring it back for final discussion from the council in regards to how to proceed. So I will now at this time, any comments or questions from the council, and I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
No, we got a real good presentation. Thank you from Brian back a while ago. I do like the 2 sites. They are more appropriate and less, it's not so much in the city limits and right adjacent to some of the areas of town over by 9th or 8th Street. And so the question I have is for our staff is whether the reclamation, the water plays, is that going to interfere if we consider that site? Is it going to be a hindrance to anything that we want to do there?
Well, I do know that throughout this process, 3CE will eventually have to do some sort of CEQA document for both sites and plans, in addition to go through the Planning Commission. I know when we did meet with the Public Works Department, that from a preliminary perspective, it looked okay, but the 3CE is going to have to do the science of the build out and actually how the unit will sit on that site before it's approved by Public Works and eventually the City Council.
So with that said, on the second site then, there's not an environmental impact report that needs to be done? And if so, would we be subjected to that? And I don't think the likelihood that we would really want to do that.
Yeah, we would have to do a CEQA analysis for both sites. So for both sites, wherever the council decides to have 3C look into, we'll have to treat the project like a true development project. And so it'll go through the process of CEQA analysis. If there, they'll starts off with an initial study. If the initial study says that a mitigated negative declaration is needed, then 3C will have to create those documents. So.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for that.
Yeah, and I like both the sites, I mean, both the sites, and just only questions with the
Yeah.
site there with the water reclamation area, will that?
So Brian Warren and I met and went over these extensively, and they look good to us.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good
And
question.
just a
Thank you.
follow up to Mayor Pro Tem's question in terms of the CEQA. So it doesn't necessarily require an environmental impact report, because I know that's more extensive and it requires a lot more analysis and it requires a lot more time, but based on the CEQA review, it'll determine what other level of environmental impact report is needed, if an EIR is needed, and if not. Correct?
Yes, so every project that involves land disturbance requires an initial study. And that initial study determines if there's a mitigated negative declaration or EIR. Doubt that this would ever be an EIR, it's too small, but there may be some mitigation measures that are needed for the construction on both sites.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilwoman Corralejo?
Yes, I have a question. I think it's more for staff. My concern was actually regarding the range area, and it's just, I know during the severe weather that we experienced not that long ago, we did have issues out there when it came to flooding and then minor mudslides. I'm not sure what to call it, just a little hill. So is that something that was considered?
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Warren, you did visit the site, you saw the topography before the rain events. If the council decides that this is a site to look into, 3C would need to properly have the right engineering plans, civil plans, to try to understand how the geographic area in that region could affect the battery if there's ever more flooding that does occur. So we would have to definitely have an analysis of that done.
Yeah,
Yes.
Go ahead, Warren.
Okay, sure. Yes, Madam Mayor. Brian, you're correct. I did visit the site. It is a very relatively flat area of the range. Obviously, that entire property does slope up. The area that we sort of have outlined is in a flat portion of it. There will definitely be geotechnical surveys done. There will be water and flooding surveys done. And so all these things will be taken into consideration in the sort of developmental process that 3C would pursue. And if there are things that are going to prohibit getting insurance or make the site unwise for other reasons, then it would probably be abandoned. But that analysis will be done by 3CE.
Thank you. Yeah, I personally honestly liked both sites. I think they're both great. That was the only concern I had regarding that flooding that occurred. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez?
Yes, for me, I just go back to what I saw in Moss Landing, with the battery packs over there catching on fire a few times already. And then I think of some of the stuff that's happened over this past year. Just a week ago, the train crashing in Ohio, and plumes of smoke and toxic smoke going over communities. A few months back, less than a year ago, the gas pipeline in the Midwest, that whole area of toxicity that happened in indigenous lands. So when you look at all of those factors, for me, if we're going to look, I know that's the reason we decided that it was just not a good fit to be within our city limits in near 8th Street. I thought that was a bad location. And I kind of feel the same thing for the firing range. I kind of feel like, when we're talking about, not all the time, but for the most part, our wind blows this way for the most part. Not always, it kind of changes around a little bit. But, if we're having it over there and something were to happen, and we did have a fire, and I know that Warren spoke about it's a different type of battery, gave us a lot of assurances, and I'm sure it's all correct. However, back in my mind, I still have that, what I saw in Moss Landing. And so for me, if we're gonna be looking at something like this, I would prefer for us to be looking at something where there is no population, or at least very little population, that there's an issue that happens with that. We do have a lot of wind, and if something were to happen, which I'm not saying it would, and it is different materials that it's being made of, these batteries, I would prefer for us to be looking at that site, preferably over the site that's over here at the firing range myself. And I know that there's been possibility of flooding in that area, but when we're talking about raising it and looking at all the studies that would be made, I feel a lot more comfortable at least looking at the initial study over in the wastewater treatment plant.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Cabrera?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I believe I was in a Zoom meeting when I saw your presentation the first time. And I remember somebody asking, what is the benefit for the city, or for our residents? Are we gonna be able to use some of that energy? And if I remember correctly, the answer was no, that it was just a way to push the energy towards the Los Angeles or somewhere in that area. So thinking on that, if it was to happen, I will rather have it in this area where if anything will happen, our fire department will be able to run faster than going around the area to get to that place. So it will be a better fit for me, but particularly going back to the fact that there is no benefit for the city and no benefit for the residents, even after 20 years. I don't know, I'm hesitant to have something like that in the city because there is nothing for us. When I was little, somebody invited me to play poker, and they told me, I tell you when you win. So that seems to me like one instance in which I tell you when you win, but we're never gonna win anything, even after 20 years. So I will need a little bit more information on my part.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabrera, and I will make my comments, but I'll wait. I think, Ed, you have
Thank you. Mayor, members of the council, one of the next steps outlined in the presentation was what was called an exclusive development agreement. For those of you who remember the olden days when redevelopment, we would call this an exclusive right to negotiate. And I want to make the point that during this period, we will be negotiating the benefits and the value to the taxpayers as well as to the proponents of the project.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, thank you. So I'll make my few comments and then I'll take it out to the public and then we'll bring it back. So I think for me, I want to say thank you for the two different scenarios that were presented, or the two different proposals in terms of the land location. And I just wanted to clarify for our residents as well that these two plots of land are not developable, right? That there is no proposed development, there is no future development. There's really nothing we can do with these two land locations that we have because of the nature of, where they sit and their just the soils and everything else. So I just want to make that clear. If you can just clarify for our public that these two pieces of land have no intended future development on them and currently are not utilized for any purpose.
Right, yeah, the range property is fallow land. There's a shooting range business that utilizes the land, and then the wastewater reclamation treatment plant does what it needs to do, and that's waste reclamation. These are really, actually, if you think about it, they're really good uses of land that really would never be used for anything.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. I want to clarify that for our public too, that they understand that what it is and what it's not. And so my only comments in terms of the two properties, obviously there's going to be an analysis of which ones are the better sites. In terms of environmental justice issues that I know that we had discussed before, these two really don't present that at least for me, and there'll be further analysis, but that would be my concern, is making sure that these are not placed in, what we consider, disadvantaged rural communities and for the benefit of other communities. So I think, Warren, you guys will make sure that you articulate that in terms of the benefits, and that we are not, in turn providing, or in turn really looking at environmental justice issues for our community by doing this. I do want to say, though, that we are part of a JPA, so although it's not a benefit directly to Soledad, it is part of the JPA that we, as a city, chose to enter in, like, what I'd say, 5 years, 6 years, 8 years ago. It's been some time now, and since then, 3CE obviously has grown exponentially, but the city is part of this JPA, so it's not like we're entering into agreement with some entity that we have no correlation or that we have no, relationship with. We are part of that JPA. And I think for me is looking at climate action. Obviously, we all seen what climate action has done, and we're only, it's anticipated that this is gonna get, more extensive. So being part of the JPA, being able to look at if these two sites fit within the city's needs, and we can really articulate what are, the environmental impacts that this project supports, and what are the benefits in terms of not so much this is what the residents are getting back, but also looking at what are the benefits holistically, right? In terms of what we as a state of California is trying to implement, and what we as a JPA that bought into this, what were some of those climate action initiatives. And as we heard earlier, obviously using water reclamation is part of the climate actions that the city has been a leader in. So for me, it's moving forward to really addressing those. And it's a smaller project. I know some of the concerns may be with what we've seen in other locations, but this is obviously a much smaller project in scale. So being able to really articulate that, and I heard also, there was a comment earlier, there was a meeting with Senator Laird's office, and I know it came up in terms of some of the legislative efforts that are being made also in regards to these energy storage that are really essential to California. And I know we've experienced a rolling blackouts frequently. And so my understanding was that these kind of projects are really going to be pursued by the state moving forward, because these are the projects that really provide the electricity that's needed. And these projects can provide more energy than our Diablo Canyon, energy plant. And it's provided that benefit. So I think for me is making sure too, Warren, that we understand in the events of these rolling blackouts, how do we benefit, right? Because we don't want our energy to benefit others, but that in that instances that it also comes back to make sure that the city also has, has access to that storage, that solar storage capacity or energy. So those are my comments. Just, I think climate action, making sure that it really comes back to how is that a benefit at the bigger scale and for our residents. Okay, so with that, then I will take it out to the public. And if there's any member of the public that is here with us in the chambers, if there's any comments. Okay, then I will take it out to Zoom. Any members of the public that are joining us via Zoom? Okay, seeing none, then I will bring it back to the council. And I think this requires, we receive the presentation, but also direction
to staff on working with 3CE.
Okay.
And this agreement to bring back to the council.
Okay, so I think what we've heard, and I'll let our city manager, but I think what I heard from the rest of the council is that they're, amicable to making sure that we continue with this process and bringing back some of the issues that were presented today, really addressing some of those concerns to bring it back to council for future consideration.
I think that's correct. So if the council would adopt a motion directing the staff to return with the agreement we've been discussing tonight, we'll back at the earliest opportunity.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? A second. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
I'll oppose.
Okay.
Me too.
Okay, so the motion carries on a 3-2 vote. Okay? So we will, do I need to say it out? No, I think just 3-2, right? Mike?
We've recorded the vote.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. So we'll move on then to our next item on the agenda. Thank you so much, Brian. Thank you so much. Is Warren here? Warren's still here. Thank you, Warren, as well for being here tonight.
And Mayor, if I quickly, if those items that some of the question marks that the other two council members had, if those could be addressed in the future,
Yes.
that'd be helpful for all of us, you know.
Yes.
Yes.
If I may.
Yeah, and for myself, just for clarification, for me, I have a preference, and my preference is the one rather than the two. That's my preference, just because of what I've seen, and so that's just my preference, and so that's the only reason I'm voting no on, but I'm definitely consider the project and take a look at it.
Okay, so, yeah, thank you.
Definitely,
So
definitely.
we'll move on to our next item. Thank you for that.
All right.
So we'll move on to item B-3. So at this time, it's discuss and provide staff direction on the appointment process of the Soledad General Plan Advisory Committee composition. So I will turn this over to Ariana.
Good night, afternoon, council. Thank you for having us here today. And this item is to discuss and provide staff direction for the appointment of the Soledad General Plan Advisory Committee. They're shortly known as the GPAC. As you may know, this is a very exciting time for Soledad as we're working towards our 2025 general plan. We've been working with our consultant, Charlie Knox, who is also on the line, in case you have any questions or if you would like to add into any of the items that are being presented today. We've been working with PlaceWorks, meeting with them and having kickoff meetings, and in order for us to move forward with the strict timeline that we have, we do have to appoint a GPAC. Staff is proposing that we be as inclusive in having a diverse group in order to capture the different types of residents here in Soledad that make Soledad what we really like or would like to have implemented in the new general plan. This includes residents representing local diversity, business owners, non-residential landowners, the agricultural business community, and employees, housing and active transportation advocates with including limited mobility and or environmental advocates, faith-based organizations, public education professionals, developer or real estate professionals, youth and seniors. Again, this is just a brief categories, but it could be as inclusive as we can. At this time, staff is proposing that we have a GPAC composed of Soledad residents that are not involved in governmental bodies, meaning city council, planning commission, or anyone that has authority already in a different group. This would allow other residents to be involved and make decisions and then come back to or advise and propose new items to council or planning commission as they make new decisions for this general plan. Furthermore, these appointees, we're looking around 9 or 11, keeping it odd, numbers for these elected groups. Staff is proposing that one council member appoints one GPAC member in representation, and then the rest, either 4 or 6 applications are being diverted online, and allow the general public as well to come in and apply for a position. These appointees must commit to the whole 6 meetings, GPAC meetings, and if approved, we're able to recruit starting tomorrow and up to March 3rd. That way we can bring back any appointees or a list of recommendations back to council on March 15th to the next meeting in order for us to keep this timeline going as we move forward with the generation of the general plan. Another recommendation that we did not go in too deep on that is that if council does not want to go through that proposal, we can, upon approval, we can just set up an online application and allow staff to choose those 9 to 11 appointees. At this time, if Charlie, would you like to add anything else to this? I think you're on mute, Charlie.
Sorry, I've got strange lighting tonight. That was a really good summary, Ariana. I think that the main point is, these are folks who will be touching in with us at key points in the process, looking at high-level recommendations and passing those on to the Planning Commission and Council for their consideration. So it sounds like it's only 6 meetings, but they're, staff through the project, as you can see on the schedule that staff put in the staff report, and these are really key milestones in the project. So this group in between those meetings will be important ambassadors to the community in their various areas of interest, and so they will be a lot more engaged than just being in 6 meetings. It's an honor and a commitment, but we definitely want folks who are going to be in it for the long run. It's a almost 2-year process. No, I think you did a very nice job of summarizing how important this is and why the council may want to consider the direct appointments to be complemented by some members at large, either 4 or 6.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. So let me do the same. I'm gonna ask for comments questions from the council, and then we'll take it out to the public, and then we'll come back. Okay, so council, I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem if there's any comments or questions.
No, I like the process, including, the public and also a representative from each council member, and then additional applicants as well to be appointed to that commission. So I'm in favor of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Corralejo?
Yes, I was gonna say the same thing. I really like, the processes that you guys put on here. I like the inclusivity that I see on the group of, I guess, that we're kind of targeting. I see it, I believe it's 9 bullet points that I see on here. And so I think because of that, I would rather go with the 11, just to make sure that, we are being inclusive, and because you guys might think of other groups, or we might think of other groups that are not listed on here. So I personally would go with the 11 just to give even more of a variety and when it comes to our community.
Okay, thank you. So I'll turn it over to Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah, I know that this has been going on for a long period of time of us talking about the general plan, so let's move it forward. It's been a long time, so we need to get forward. So I think if we can appoint the 5 and have 6 others, that'd be great, because it does give a broader perspective, I think. So it might be better if we get that perspective than the smaller one. I know that the only issue with that is the quorum, which would be 6 for a quorum, but I think it'll be okay.
Councilmember Cabrera?
I agree. Actually, being able to appoint somebody is excellent. I actually had a similar idea for my goal for this year to start reviewing our process so we can be able to appoint people and more people from the community so we can have a broader perspective. And yes, I believe that 11 will be a perfect number because we have the opportunity to reach out to more people, and especially we have to stress in how important this is. Because this is not only a long process, but it is also a process that will impact our city and our citizens in at least 10 years, 10 to 15 years, according to what I was looking at. And it is important that we appoint and that we find people that are committed to that, because I think that they're gonna need a lot of Tylenols for the headaches and stuff like that. So yeah, thanks so much for bringing this up.
Thank you for that. Ariana, thank you so much for bringing this forward. I know we have been talking about the general plan for a while, and finally it's coming, and I know we obviously have a deadline and we need to complete that. So with that in mind, I think I appreciate the process as well, having those appointments and making sure that the other appointments are that there is a transparency in how those are selected. I know that we've gone back and forth in terms of criteria, eligibility, because we really don't have any. So I think for me is, you know, one is when we talk about residents representing local diversity, I mean, that could be anything, right? And looking at our demographics, obviously 75% of our residents are Latinos, but I think we want to, for me, I want more clarity on what that means. Is diversity, are we talking age, race, gender? I also want to include LGBTQ+, because I know we don't. So if it could be defined, so we know what is local diversity, what does that mean for us? So I just, for me, it's just articulating that and making sure that that's really, we understand what that language means. But I do appreciate the other portions of it, and I think that the other thing that I would like to see on the application, I know this is similar to the application we've used in the past, and you know, if we can really tailor this application where we get a little bit more information from our residents in terms of, you know, reason to serve, and that this is not an application that has to be downloaded and they have to write it in, but if we could just make this application a little bit more interactive, you know, they can submit it online, having that process and ability to be able to add more features where they're not constricted. I mean, I think what people typically see when you have just 2 lines, I'm just gonna fill in 2 lines, right? So that there's boxes so people are allowed, like, you know, 250 words max, or, you know, that we have more of that. So we really get more information from the applicant as opposed to less information. So just if we can revamp that application process and add more of that. And if we're looking for specific background information, right, or specific criteria, that's really clearly stipulated on this application. This is the purpose of this board, so that we have a purpose of the board, that we have, this is, you know, if selected, these are the timeframes that you're gonna be meeting, here's a time commitment. So who's ever doing submitting the application, that's really transparent, and that it's really clear upfront of what we're asking them to do and what the purpose of this specific, you know, GDP, or what is it, the GPAC purpose is, and just allowing for that, and really, you know, you guys have been the experts, so making sure that we really get what we need and the questions that we're asking are formulated to be able to give us the responses that we need.
Okay. And through the chair, I think piggybacking on what the mayor is saying, I think one of the things that would be really important would be, you know, maybe a cover sheet to this of explaining to them what the general plan is, really briefly, how long it's going to be utilized for, what is the purpose of it, and then also, I think what the mayor was referring to as far as the time commitment, because it is complicated. I'm on the general plan advisory committee for the city of Salinas because of work, and I've already done about 10 meetings, and we've got probably another 30 to finish, at least. So their process is going to be very complex, and they are meeting with tons of stakeholders, and it is a huge city, so it's different in that aspect. But you know, I would, you know, just kind of, I'm not trying to forewarn anybody, but they should just understand what they're going to get into.
Exactly. And that is, Councilmember Chavez said, this is really important. I mean, this is, you know, this is next 10 to 15 years of our city's, you know, model, or, you know, template, right, of how the city's going to move forward. So I think just the more information, the more transparent that we can be, and the more articulate in terms of, you know, what are we asking for, and how much is a time commitment, because we don't want to have 11 people that then say, hey, you know what, this is too much, I didn't anticipate this being this much of a commitment, I don't want to do this anymore, and then you're left with lack of that, you know, lack of that feedback that we really need, and participation. So those are just my comments. So let me open it up to the public. Are there any members of the public that are joining us here that would like to make comments?
Hello again. My name is Fernando. I think you remember. Not a special interest group, just myself, but I do have a special interest in this thing that we're talking about. I guess I just have more questions. Timeline, what these dates are, what those look like. I really want to be engaged, but I work full-time, 9 to 6:30, 9:30 to 6:30 in San Jose. I work at San Jose State University as a graduate enrollment counselor, and I do have to commute during the week, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. Today I had to ask to leave early and work from home in order to make it to this meeting. So a lot of us do want to become engaged, but just because of the lack of jobs that are around us, it pushes us out to further and further cities. I applied for a job here in the city. I didn't ever hear back or get offered an interview. Sorry, I digress there, but it's just like giving you examples of kind of what the community is facing right now. So maybe considerations for sort of a hybrid committee might be beneficial for this. I also agree with council members Coralejo, Chavez, and Cabrera, making it 11 instead of 9 if we're gonna have 5 people appoint. But yeah, I guess my questions just are based on the timing, the timeline, when these meetings are, if there's going to be ability for a hybrid component so that more people are able to join. I'm always gonna bring this up, making sure that people that don't speak English are also able to be part of these committees as well, and what we're doing as a city to ensure that happens. I mean, I can translate, but doesn't mean everybody else can. But yeah, those are just my general comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando, for those points. Any other members from our public that are joining us here? So I will take it out to members from our public that are joining us via Zoom. Okay, do we have any members of our public that are joining us via Zoom? Oh, we do, sorry, I can't see them, sorry. Okay, I don't see any hands raised. Okay, so I don't see any hands raised. Okay, so yeah, so we'll bring it back to the council then. Just, I think, Ariana, just you heard from all of the council members, unless there's different points that, and I just want to just reiterate, you know, in terms of the cover sheet that Councilmember Chavez stated, I think that's a great idea, but if we can articulate the times, dates, the meetings, and if we can have hybrid meetings, I think it's a great idea, because we look at more participation in that manner, and just making sure to, when we're looking at the demographics and diversity, because that goes part of the diversity of what I wanted to say, that we do have ability for our Spanish speakers to be able to participate and not feel excluded from the process because of language barriers. Okay, that's my. Okay, I'm done. Okay, so unless there's any additional comments on this item, I think we provided direction. Okay. Do you have an additional comment?
It's a question.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I just have a question out of curiosity, and also just for our community members out there who might be interested in participating. I see on most of the applications when we're looking for committee members, there's always a line on there that asks if they're registered voters. Is that a requirement? I think that you know might help a lot of people out there who might be interested but are unsure.
Yeah. I think if John, if we want to represent residents here in Soledad, that committee shouldn't automatically include only registered voters. It should also include those that are able to vote. We do have a high Hispanic community that we also want to represent, and maybe not all of them are able to be registered voters. Therefore, we want to make sure to include them in the process, as they are residents of Soledad as well.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I just so is the reason, what is the reason that we have that on there? Is it just for us to know, or is it just because it's like a template that we've used before, so we just kind of leave it on there?
Yeah, it's just a general template we usually use. We can remove it as we gone feedback from council of what we should and should not include in the application. So if it is a motive of, I guess it could disincentivize someone from applying, saying, oh, well, I'm not a registered voter, I shouldn't apply. Therefore, we can definitely remove it as something doable that we can work on with with staff here.
Yeah, I think that's perfect, especially because there was on there, I believe it stated youth 16 to 22, and so we definitely also have that demographic, that, you know, we definitely don't want to discourage. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a good point. So I think if we're in agreement, council, that we can remove that from this application because it's not required and we don't want to people not apply because of that. Yeah, and then you'll go back, revamp that, and then we'll be able to look at the final version, right?
So,
Or no, of the application?
so I'd like to get the application out to start vetting the community. If it would go back to the council.
Got it. Yeah, okay, just email it to us. It isn't need, but yeah, with those changes so we can see that.
Yes,
Okay.
and then to re-clarify, March 15, the next meeting, we will show those applicants that we got from the online applications or drop-in applications, and then your appointees can be addressed and are announced here.
Okay. And then I want to make sure the local diversity that we really articulate what that means.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so with that, then we'll move on to our next item on the agenda. Thank you so much. And now it's our city reports. So I'll start with mine really briefly in terms of some of the meetings that I attended, and I'll start with the Monterey County Mayors Association. We met on Friday, February 3rd. So there was items of discussion, updates in regards to the League of California Cities, but I just want to share one of the highlights of the meeting for me is I was appointed by the Mayor's Committee or the Mayor's Association now to be the appointed representative from the Mayor's Association to the Lead Me Home Leadership Council. So I will be the official representative from the mayors to this group. So I'm excited about being able to do that, given the fact that this council approved a 5-year plan and that we just had a homeless workshop as well. I also, on Monterey Salinas Transit, we did, there was a meeting on Monday, so I did attend that meeting. So just on the highlight for that with MST is just making sure, I know that we had a discussion in terms of the Better Bus Network. I know that there's still some issues with our final product in terms of where these bus stops are going to be located. So if we can just make sure that we have that finalized. We are working with the City of Gonzales as well, and there was a discussion that the City of Gonzales would work with the City of Soledad to be able to utilize they had gone through the selection, I believe, of some of the contractors that would help to do some of the work that is going to be paid for by MST. So want to make sure that we move on that, since we did have a deadline of December to be able to implement that Better Bus Network. On the Central Coast Community Energy, I just want to make a statement that I'm no longer on that board. So the new appointee is Mayor Rios from the City of Gonzales. So that's part of our rotation as part of the city's agreement under the JPA. And then on the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, AMVAG, that I sit on, unfortunately, they had a meeting last Wednesday, and that was the same time that we had our homeless town hall, so I was not able to attend that meeting. And we haven't had a meeting on the Affordable Housing Subcommittee, and neither on the teacher staff housing. So just attended the homeless town hall that we had. And I think those are all of the reports that I have. So I will turn it over to Councilwoman Corralejo for reports.
I have none.
Okay, so we're starting off on the middle. So Mayor Pro Tem, I'll go back to you. Thank you, Mayor.
Association ACAP, no meeting at this point. Waiting to hear back in the direction we're heading. San Valley Waste Authority had an executive meeting on February 2nd. We'll have our regular board meeting tomorrow night to discuss alternatives to new ways to process waste. Secondly is also considering the rate rate increases or decreases depending on what we're going to come up with. Those will be presented tomorrow night. Teachers Sub Housing Committee, we didn't have a meeting, but it's still going nowhere. And I'm very concerned about that because I've been in the council for 2 years. now, over 2 years now, and we've made no progress. I mean, we have in the sense that we met and they decided to go on their own. However, I'd like to see this get done, and I don't know if we want to put a timeline on it. I know we need to do something with this, because otherwise what's happened with middle school, we're gonna end up with the same thing with the teacher housing. I mean, there's not gonna be enough funds to do what originally they were gonna do. And so therefore, I don't know if we want to expedite another meeting or schedule another meeting. I don't know.
So, yeah, and so I want to just clarify that whatever the stalling is, it hasn't been on our part, because I hope not, because we went back and we met the last time, and I don't think there was any
Well,
other.
that's the thing, I don't want to point fingers on
Well,
either part, but I'm just saying that I want to get it done, let's get it done. That's why the voters passed this.
The good news is that we have, today I received from the district's attorney the revised version of the purchase agreement, as well as a first draft of the development agreement that needs to be attached to that. So I haven't had a chance to look at it yet because I was on the road, but I will look at that. So we are making progress. These are the documents that we will need to have in place so that we can get everything moving forward, so.
I was gonna suggest, so given what the city attorney has suggested, we have direction from the subcommittee as to our position during these discussions between lawyers. But if there's an issue, I hope the subcommittee is free, but that we can call you together to get further direction to try to resolve any issues.
Yeah, and definitely, and like the mayor said, that not pointing fingers or anything like that, but it seems like every time something needs to be considered, it seems like the 12th hour, it's coming forward. And then we have to hurry up to consider it. So wherever that responsibility or that fault lies, we need to stop it. We need to stop it, and we need to get the stuff in. The lawyers that have to do their job, because Mike, and I understand our lawyer represents us as well, just as the school has their lawyers that represent them. But there has to be a push on our part, because this is for the benefit of the community, and it's not happening. And we need to make this happen somehow, Mayor.
Okay, yeah, thank you for those comments. I'll move on then to Councilmember.
Report.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Chavez?
I handed everybody the transportation agency Monterey County highlights of the last meeting we had last month. We won't have our next meeting for another 2 weeks. And then tomorrow for the South Salinas Valley Broadband Authority, we'll have our meeting tomorrow morning, so I'll report on that at the next meeting. And then that's about it.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Cabrera?
I'm an alternative, so I don't have any reports for you.
Oh, okay. Well, we gotta put you on, there was that committee advisory for CDCR, right?
Yeah.
No, he's not, but it's missing from there, so it needs to be, so I'm clarifying that.
She was supposed to bring back information regarding that.
Okay.
Okay, so that way we can be clear on that, okay.
Maybe that is something from you too.
Then you can do a report. Okay, Councilmember Praises, and I'll start with Councilmember Cabrera.
Oh my God. I've been doing a lot of work to be in a place, and at the end of the path, I realized that the best thing that happened to me is to be called a dad. And it has different titles, dad, pa, apa, so different titles, and that makes me appreciate the time, the place, the people, and I want to appreciate everybody who works in this organization, if we can call it like that. How much work you guys do, how much effort you put in doing the best for our community, and I want to appreciate it, because every time that you guys work as hard as you do, my family feels safe, and I bet a lot of families in this city feels the same way. So thank you so much for being there for us.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabrera. Councilmember Chavez?
I want to praise our staff as well. I think that, a lot of times folks are unnoticed. I think that our public engagement staff is really picking up. I think that, for some time it was, going slow. I think it's really picking up. I think our administrative staff has shown, through turbulent times and off and on, things happen, changes happen. And so I want to praise all our administrative staff that are the backbone of this organization, this city. So I want to praise them, all of them that help the city tremendously. And in addition to that, I wanted to praise Ezekiel and Crystal that are opening up a grocery outlet. They kind of just came in and, they've had their troubles, they've struggled. They're finally going to get open next month. But through those struggles, they've been out there. We were out there and did a cleanup right there in front of grocery outlet months and months ago. They went out there and they did it so excitedly, just going out there, getting involved in different groups, helping out with food distributions, helping out with Interact, helping out with all kinds of different organizations, and they're just out there. So I can just imagine once their business gets open, how involved they'll get in Little League and other organizations here in this community. So I just want to thank them for being so involved in such a short period of time that they've been here.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Councilwoman Corralejo?
Yes, thank you. I actually have 3 different persons that I wanted to give praises to, and I'll make it quickly. I know we're all trying to get home. My first one is Philip Nickerson, who was here today and received one of the recognition awards earlier today, him and his wife. He's also one of our VIPs when it comes to our police department, so he does a lot of volunteering, and I have the pleasure of volunteering with him side by side, and he's just, they're very humble and community-oriented family. And then also going along with Councilmember Chavez, Crystal and Zeke, from Grocery Outlet. Not only have they done everything that he said, and I won't repeat it, but they are also pushing for a leukemia and lymphoma, with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, blood cancer awareness and fundraising. And unfortunately, cancer is something that affects our children. It also affects Hispanic families a lot, and unfortunately, it's going up in the Monterey County, which is, I think, like only 4 or 5 counties in the state have cancer that's going up right now. Unfortunately, we're one of them, and I'm proud to say that I'm proud of their team for those efforts. We're the cancer crushers. And then my last praise today goes to Anthony Gotti. He's the owner of the Stitch 'em Up Embroidery. He's located over at Kidder Street, I believe.
Yeah.
And he's going to be having his grand opening this Sunday from 12 to 4. But the reason I bring him up is as a praise is because he really has taken advantage, I think, of everything that our city has to offer. So he has participated in the cafecitos that our community development department does. He has also met with the Pajaro CDC, who's also one of our partners. He has also met with the Soledad Merchants and attends our meetings. He's just honestly a great example for all entrepreneurs out there. That if you put in the work and the effort, good things come. So, just those are my 3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Corralejo. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, if you're not aware, pitchers and catchers reported in Scottsdale today, so all's good in the world. Baseball's coming back. With that said, I want to praise our Little Leaguers and the parents, and most importantly, the volunteers, the coaches, that, one, giving of your time, again, volunteering for our youth and keeping them busy out there. And also for everybody else in town to be aware that, hey, there's going to be kids running around the parks over here. We have that one street that runs down Andalusia, I believe. Yeah, Andalusia, so that comes, sometimes you don't see the kids. So we gotta be vigilant and watch out for them as well. In addition to the softball and the flag football stuff that's going on, good times for the youth and for them to get away from their computers get away from there, with that switch or whatever that's a new thing, yeah, everybody's seen a switch, so. It's another computer game that they can play and they play it on the TV. I got a grandson, that's why I know that.
Oh.
But get them outside, if you don't know, I got you.
Ben's
I don't know.
on his own switch.
So, you know, praise to them to get out there and, start exercising and running around and, you know, getting out in the open. Those are my praises.
Thank you, Council Mayor Pro Tem. So I want to begin by acknowledging our young millennials. I know they've been in our council for the last several years, and their voice is really important to just, you know, the democracy and the inclusivity and the voice of of our community. But I want to acknowledge, you know, how much they worked hard to succeed and to get an education and to become young professionals that have a lot of potential. But yet they can't afford to live in the city of Soledad because of the housing issues. So I really want to acknowledge, you know, the importance of their voice to the city. I also want to acknowledge the Salvation Army. The Salvation Army has obviously been very instrumental since, you know, before the pandemic, all the work that they did when they actually had a facility here. They no longer had a facility several years ago, but they've been mobile, and throughout that process, especially when the pandemic hit, they were instrumental in making sure that our residents continue to have food on their table, and they continue to provide those services, providing toy drives, making that accessible for all of our families and the partnerships that they created. If not for the Salvation Army, I think it'd be really difficult to be able to do provide a lot of that food and those other types of amenities to our community. So I really want to acknowledge them for that. I know that they're potentially looking at a space to be able to have storage of some of their goods here, so they're not having to come back and forth, and it'd be just easier for them to be here. So I really want to support how we can, you know, if there's anyone out there that has a possibility of a storage space, and really being able to look at them coming back, because they have been partners with the Rotary, they have been partners with other critical community groups, as well as our police department. You know, our police department has a lot of community efforts, but a lot of that comes from also the partnership with the Salvation Army that allows them to be able to distribute food to our seniors, to be able to distribute food to our different community members. So I just want to make sure that I acknowledge, and at some point I would like to have an official recognition for them, just in terms of all of their support to the residents of Soledad, are sheltered and unsheltered. And I also want to end with, I really want to praise and acknowledge our former King City Councilwoman, Darlene Acosta. And I'm fortunate that we're doing it at this time. But I just want to say to our community and to her loved ones and to our entire, you know, city of King, but also to our South County and to Salinas, Darlene had a love for community. Darlene had a love for people. Darlene had a love for youth. And Darlene gave so much of who she was to really help others, and especially the youth and the partnership that we had here with Sun Street Seniors. And I just want to acknowledge her for just being that amazing person, amazing soul that brought so much to others. I know for me, anytime that we had the town hall to deal with the overdoses that we had in regards to fentanyl, she was a person I reached out to, and there was no if or buts. It was like, when do you want to do this? What do we need to do? How can I support you? So that's the kind of person she was, and I just want to acknowledge and recognize you know, the loss that we have here in our community because Darlene is no longer with us. So with that, I'll turn it over to our city manager for his oral report, and then the report that he provided in terms of the issues that we've been having with our bird cannons.
Mayor, members of the council, citizens of the community have expressed concern to the police department and to you about occasional use of bird cannons, devices that are intended to scare off birds. You asked me to give you a report on the background, and I'm pleased to report that although the county does not have any specific regulations, the Ag Commissioner has been very helpful in providing what I call good neighbor policies to suggest to farmers and ranchers how to use such devices so as to avoid conflict with neighbors And in the specific instances that occurred over the past couple of weeks, the Ag Commissioner reached out to those ranchers and farmers, and they have complied with the good neighbor suggestions to the best of my knowledge. Any questions about that?
I just have a comment, and I appreciate you doing that. Thank you for reaching out. I know obviously many of us receive multiple complaints as well as, you know, the police department. I appreciate that the good neighbor policy is working, but I also know we also have a noise ordinance, and even though the Ag Commissioner doesn't, or the county doesn't have any, you know, any requirements in terms of that, we have a noise ordinance. So I don't know if there's any way that, I mean, I hope that they comply under the good neighbor ordinance, but it's looking at making sure, how do we monitor that doesn't continue?
Well, one of our challenges is we also have a right to farm ordinance, which recognizes that the standard agricultural practices will take place, and we advise residents of the community, it's often in their disclosures when they buy their homes and recorded, that they're near an agricultural facility or a field, and that they can expect early morning mechanical equipment operating, a number of things. I'll defer to the city attorney as to whether our noise ordinance refers to noise emanating from outside the city limits.
Yeah. Well, and I just want to make a comment on that. Thank you for sharing that. I know that we are obviously surrounded in agriculture, but I also know that it's not okay when people are being woken up at night. It's not okay when people are, you know, our kids are not able to sleep because this is happening. So although I appreciate your sentiment and that we have, you know, a right to farm, I think we also, our residents also have a right to not be disturbed. And so I appreciate this, but I think I'd like to look at, hopefully it doesn't continue, but additional remedies that we may have. Walter, City Attorney.
I don't have anything to add at this point.
And just a report, just bring you up to date quickly. During the storm, we had expenses in preparing for the storm, and not as many expenses in responding to the storm, because it really wasn't as impactful here in Soledad. But nonetheless, I wanted to alert the council that we have filed the preliminary paperwork with FEMA for up to $50,000 of reimbursement. That will be evaluated by FEMA, so there's no guarantee we'll get any or all of that. I want to let you know we're trying. And then maybe anticipating your future agenda items, I wanted to alert the council that March is going to be very busy, both meetings, as long as these tonight's. We have lots of business items coming up March 1st and March 15th. And among them, I'd like to alert you to one on the March 1st. We'll have a presentation by our legislative advocate on what legislative issues are occurring in Sacramento. You may be mindful that there is a citizen initiative that has very bad impacts for us. We'll talk about that. Because we're unable to have the goal setting retreat, we really don't have an idea of what your new priorities might be for legislative strategy. We'll offer you some, but please be prepared to discuss on March 1st what council members might be interested in. And secondly, similarly, there's still an opportunity, notwithstanding the large state budget deficit, for potential for community grants in the budget process. And we'll give you some ideas of what we want to pursue in that to suggest to our representatives. That concludes my oral report.
Thank you for that. So we will move on if there's no other items, then at this time we will, future agenda items. So I'll start with Councilmember Cabrera.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
The item that I have, I think, is possibly of looking at the creation of a referral system. So that rather than bringing items to the agenda, so rather than adding things to agenda, maybe we could create a referral system so that the council members can fill out a sheet, send it over to the city manager, and then we could just get an update of those referrals. So when we're talking about things that are simple that we don't have to agendize, create a referral system. So I'll send something over to Ed, a template that's used so that he can have that, and then it can be modified and looked at. But creating a referral system so that way we have timelines on those referrals, when they were taken care of, when expected to be taken care of, who's in charge of it, who's, been assigned to that task, whatever it is, so that way, rather than adding agenda items, sometimes we add stuff on here, I think that, is it necessary? And maybe we could do it as a referral, and just take care of it that way. That way we don't add things to the agenda that can be just given by updates.
Okay, thank
So
you.
like one of those items is like the California Clean Air Grant, we can add an update on stuff like that.
Okay, so just to follow up on that, what agency that you sit on uses that process?
No agency, when I worked for the county of Monterey, we utilize it.
Okay, I know, okay, good, thank you. I'm going this way, right? Councilwoman Corralejo.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I just had, 2 items that I would like to see in our future agendas. One of them is the, community grants that we had discussed. That was last year, like in October. So just, seeing that, for example, today, the Little League, board president brought up, kind of referred to those, so where we could help them, so I think it, and I know there's been a change in staff, but I know that's something we had asked for, before, was to have an application, so that when we have some kind of process, for that. And I know, Gonzalez has something similar called the Community Action Grant, I think, so I don't know if that helps out. It's a little bit different, but similar. And then my second thing is, it's just, the SNP bus. I know they contacted me, I believe they contacted Ed, and I don't know if that needs to be on the next agenda, or if it's something that's already have resolved or already working on. I know they do provide a huge, what's it called, service to our community, which is to help with, spaying and neutering cats. They also do, feral cats, and they also help with the overall animal, overpopulation, so.
So Mayor,
Yeah.
so those suggestion of 2 future agenda items, one regarding community grants process. If the council member is correct, in October, the council did ask the staff to develop a process. It was our intention to do so as part of the budget presentation in mid-May. If you would like an earlier presentation of the proposed community grants process, be appropriate to make a motion and tell us that now, so we can get that on a future agenda. Otherwise, it'll be mid-May.
For what, if we want
To establish a process for how community organizations can apply for the grants, the small grants, the
Yeah.
mini grants that are available from the council.
Definitely, because we had discussed this, a while ago now, and I know that there was different reiterations that were brought back to us, and there was feedback provided by the council in terms of what we wanted to see. And I know also along with, the Little League, we also had we approved, the consent on the Rotary as well, so I think those were opportunities. I think we had really made sure that we wanted to, before we continue to approve stuff, that we had that clear.
I
So
think
if
that's,
they
my question now is this a higher priority than other things we're working on? So you want to bring it back earlier than May 15th? That's all.
Well, it depends what other priority items we have. I mean, I don't know, like if the community grants, if that's, we don't have.
You all know our priorities. We've got lots of projects.
We do, and I think that's why, I mean, unless, I think obviously it has to come back because we wanted it to come back, but looking at when it comes back, I would hope that it comes back before our budget process.
Okay. All right, we'll move that up. And with respect to SNP, a community organization that provides spay and neuter services, in the past, the council has funded it. And it's our intention, if we can get the correct information from them, to bring it back to you at your next meeting.
Yeah, and so would that be again with the budget cycle? Because I know what we wanted to do, there's obviously different budget items that the council or contracts that the council has, and I think it's important to be able to look at all of that during the budget time as well. So I don't know when the contract when the contract is due, but I think that seems like it should be a discussion that we have prior to our budget or during the budget discussions.
Okay, so the representative said that represented that in the past, I guess they had a calendar year contract. And they were prepared, they suggested that we reimburse them this year in January, notwithstanding that we didn't have a contract. So we're trying to bring that back to the council for proper authorization.
Because it was due in January.
That's their contention. I'm not that familiar.
So we should have a contract. Don't we have an agreement?
such agreement if there was one expired.
Hold on. So,
So what we're bringing back to you is an actual factual contractual agreement, where they'll deliver certain services and we reimburse them for those costs.
okay, well, I thought we had a contract, so I guess moving
In the past we did.
forward. Okay, moving forward, we want to make sure that any money that we give has a contract, especially for services rendered.
That's our intention.
Okay, so it'll come back because it was already expired, got it. Okay. So, do you have a comment or?
Yes, with regards to, Ed's comments. I was just gonna say, through the chair, I actually was told there was not a calendar, budget, it was the fiscal. So they were telling me that it ends in June, unless you were told.
So can we, before we, can we just, Ed, can you clarify what, I mean, it should be in our agenda, it should, I mean, we approved it, so
Sorry, our intent is to bring this back to you next meeting and answer all those questions.
Okay,
I cannot answer them tonight.
okay, yeah, and I just wanna make sure we look at it as prioritization, if it's expired, then it's expired and we've gotta bring it back, but if it's not due until June, then look at the other priorities that we have before us. That's my comment.
When it is expired.
So we'll verify that. So we'll verify that, Councilwoman, to see if it is expired or not, so, okay. So then, Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to see on the agenda or establish or do our doodle or whatever for our goal setting, because I think our goal setting is critical. We're already moving down the road, whether we're talking about affordable housing, jobs, retail, youth violence program. How are we gonna allocate that money? What are gonna be the priorities for staff and the direction that they need to focus on? Because we're just kind of going around grabbing everything if we don't establish those. So I would like to see that put back up. Unfortunately, we weren't able to have the goal setting meeting, so we need to re-agendize that or set up a special date for that. That's what I'm looking for.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and just to clarify the goal setting session. So we're gonna get an update, but we still have the goals that are still valid, correct? So it's not like we have different goals.
Well, Mayor, that's part of the problem is we're in another new year and it's kind of, we need to establish those goals again because those are not, for me anyway, they're not no longer might be applicable to being the number one priority or the goals that I want to work on, or I want to be able to articulate that. And we can choose as a group. I'm not saying just me, but as a group, and we might be just the same way. But that's what we gotta get together.
Yeah, so let me just clarify. So I get it, but I think when we talked about the goal setting workshop, I just want to be clear that it's not, the goal setting workshop to establish the goals is different than a goal setting workshop to be able to look at updates on where we are with the current goals that we have that we set, and this is the second year of that goal setting session, right? And that we're getting updates on that. And then we're looking also at what are some of the other issues, but it's not a goal setting session to establish a new set of goals that.
Well, it could potentially be additional goals that.
It could be additional goals, correct, but it's not the, yes.
If it's inclusive of what we have.
Correct. But then we have housing and economic development, all those are part of our current. city
Yeah,
council
and maybe
goals.
the priorities have changed a little bit, where we might want to see something else instead of.
Correct, but I just want to clarify. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, so with that, then, that's all the future agenda items. If there is no other items of the council for business, then I would like to adjourn this meeting in memory of Darlene Acosta, and we adjourn at 10:12.